Morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Tuesday, June the 23rd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a sound check, please? A quick sound check, please. Okay, so what is happening this morning? So the big gapper this morning, T-Bio. T-Bio, look at this gap. All-time high, huge gap here. Deal with SNF. Expediting the COVID-19 vaccine, I guess. So there's T-Bio. What a gap. 53%. And another one that has kind of been resurrected because I think a lot of people have written this one off, and this is the INO. But it appears that they received $71 million from the Department of Defense, and this is another virus play. But this is, I think this one has been completely and utterly written off. Good morning, Pamela, in the YouTube feed. Full disclosure, I was in and out of the KTOV. Little disappointed. I got into, this is this morning, KTOV. Got in right here at 110, and I sold at 121, hoping for a bigger rip, of course, but now it's starting to go down. I'll keep an eye on it for later on. FFHL. Just one moment, please. Just got to turn down my music a little bit. There we go. So FFHL. This is actually an earnings play, an earnings gap up. Big gap. Look at this gap. China company. So the highs looking left on that weekly chart are around 741 or so. So that's a big gap up. I hear STIM is still alive. I was contemplating looking at it. So there's STIM. Low float, 18 million in the float. This is what I was a little worried about. Maybe this area here, 250. If it takes out 250, still has, you know, it's not a beautiful, it's not a beautiful looking daily. But what a gap. BRN, another small one, and it is an earnings play. So yesterday, so there's a 200-day moving average at 66, so it was a little bit above, just a little bit above the 200-day moving average yesterday, so it's capped way above that now. It's a low float situation, 6.5 million in the float, maybe has some room to 2. American Airlines, is it still sinking here? Okay, it's popped up a little bit. So the financing, I know it was announced yesterday. The financing, I think it was at 1350. So 1350 looks like it's trying to hold. There it is. It got all the way down to 1354. Don't know why people are having, some people are having audio issues. I don't expect a lot out of this one, but I guess I better mention it. ATIF announced looks like a $1 million contract with maybe up to $2 million, something like that. I think this is it's another China company. 200-day moving average, it's right at the 200-day moving average. There it is at 219, so it's basically right at it. HEPA, another one I think that was near the 200-day moving average. HEPA, this is not a virus play, yeah. So it was at the 200, 323. It's now below it. Low float, 9 million in the float. Some positive data. I think they have a kidney drug of some sort. So big. Look at that pop after hours with that news. But it is now below the 200-day moving average again. SPR, another in the airline sector, SPR was gapping down. The reason I looked at it is that if it gives this up right there, there's a lot of room underneath, 2152, right underneath that daily chart. So let's see if that 2573 holds. SEAL, S-E-E-L, was gapping up. Yeah, it's still a little bit of a gap up. This has a lot of room on that monthly chart. But my guess is 2 would probably stall it somewhat. And this is a virus play. This could be interesting. This one, see how well it's holding. APYX. APYX. So there is the well, it's just under it again. There's the 200-day moving average, 615. It was sort of like it popped up above it. And then right there, it was basing right at that 200-day moving average. Now it's dropped down a little bit. Trying to see what specific news. This is something to do with helium production. No, that's right. This is I think this is cosmetic surgery or something to that effect anyway. But there's APYX. We'll have to see if it can regain that 200-day moving average. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to stick an alert right here where it was basing and see if it takes it out later on. Plug, interesting. So they've they've given a rather big forecast to the year, up to the year 2024. Plus, they did an acquisition, so Plug is up. Big float, 319 million in the float, but it is up. And what's the high looking left is 605, so it's a little bit above that high on the weekly chart. Remember this week where it really accelerated. And CEI. Okay, that was up here, 176. Of course, this one had a huge run. It looks like about maybe about a week and a half ago, all the way up to 261. They raised $6 million. So there is some news there. I am going to keep an eye on this, one of these SPACs, CRSA, see if it breaks out again. This is one that really intrigues me. Got up to, I mean, look what it did yesterday. Again, it's one of these SPACs. Look it up, SPAC. And it just basically held fast for the balance of the day. SHLL is ripping though, still. It still has legs. I mean, look at this. I don't think, is there a specific date when this will start trading as the new merger? Is it HYDN? HYDN, I think it was, or HYND? HYDN? If there's a specific date yet. I mean, the merger has to close. And Workhorse, WKHS, still just having a tremendous 3 weeks, really, month, 248, now up to 665. All right, I'm just going to quickly take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades there are this morning from briefing.com. Actually, not too many of each. This will be fairly quick then. Get the upgrades in first. All right, there are the upgrades. Put the downgrades in now. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com. Yeah, I mean, I saw it was pretty active yesterday, DraftKings. I mean, I guess, again, what is that other AESE? That is a cheaper one. What is it doing? Not much. I mean, I don't know. I really don't know. I mean, it's all obviously staying at home has helped these. You might have disabled the pop-up then. Boy, that's the first time I've seen that or that question. You're talking about the upgrades and that. I mean, I just popped them in here, and I think there might be a way to disable them. Maybe you've accidentally disabled them. I'm not sure how to help you right now. Yeah, Reel's mentioning FSLY. Unbelievable! What a run this has had. This is just reading it, or this morning. This has had the biggest increase in, we'll call it the tech. Well, in the tech sector, more than Zoom. This is the numero uno over the last little while. All right, guys, and as always, if you want to follow my watch list up and down, now remember, nothing will populate in these windows, these two, until at least 9:45. Okay, so if you load it from my channel, don't ask me, well, how come there's nothing there? Nothing happens in these two windows until 9:45 at least. You'll get some alerts here at 9:30. Okay, and you can follow my watch lists if you click on New from the toolbar. New from the toolbar, then click on channel bar, and then my watch list, Barry's watch list. Okay, now remember, everything in a channel bar is a layout, so your layout will be replaced. It's okay, just make sure you save your layout to the cloud first. And then I'm, of course, highly enthusiastic about my basic new highs and lows. Well, actually, the basic new highs, no repeat. Sensational day yesterday. And see what happens today. And I think I will hold off. I know yesterday I took that early trade in the first 15 minutes at the PGen. I think I'll follow my rules again. I will not take a trade until at least 15 minutes. PGen ended up working extremely well, but I did stop myself out for a small loss originally, and then I got back in it. WKHS. Just ribbage. Thank you for Real for posting those. Always eager to test out new ones. Let's see what this one is. Well, I mean, if you look at it, I mean, let's take a look. Like, I wouldn't be buying it right now because you're just chasing it. WKHS. But all you have to do is just look left. Hear me say this. If you're new to the room, just hear me say this all the time. Look left on a daily, weekly, and monthly chart. So what do you see? So this is what I see on that monthly chart. The last time it was these areas was back in 2017. Actually, the end of 2000. Yeah, January 2017. So I mean, if you think this is resistance, I don't know if it will be, but I mean that's the area. It hasn't seen these areas for about 3 years. Fleur. Well, I mean, nothing's happening right now. Are you looking at a short or? I mean, nothing's happening. There's no volume. You mean with General Motors? I don't know. Was it 3 years ago? I can't remember. But I guess if those were the highs, yeah. Boy, time flies, Grumpy. You've been in here for 3 years. So I see Penn is on the move here. There's a big gaming stock, Penn. Well, you can see right there on that daily chart that if you can take out, I mean, it's at 3305. It's a big float, fairly big float, 160 million in the float. You can see that if it can get over 34 or so, then it has a chance to start to fill in this gap more, up to 40. Put myself on mute just for a minute here. Okay, so I want to see this APYX. It intrigues me if it can take out that 200-day moving average again, because look at the room it has. But there it is, 615. It's looks like it didn't block it completely. You can see in the after hours. In fact, it got up to what, 790 after hours on their news. And even this morning, it did get up to 669, but it is now below that 200-day. But if it takes it out again with any sort of volume, you can just sort of see, looking left, this has room up into this area on that weekly chart. Yeah, I see the U1. I thought maybe that would be it for these ones, but not quite, I guess. I mean, it's up $4.50, 500,000 shares. Again, crazy, crazy low float. You got to be so careful. Still watching KTOV. I mean, what it has to do, really, it has to really, really break through 130. I mean, it almost did. Got up to what, 124. Say, I traded out of this. I think I made 11 cents on it this morning. Was hoping for more, hoping that it would break out of here and maybe start to fill in this gap up to 2. But I do have an alert set here around 127. It's a relatively low, well, it is a low float, 18 million in the float. Yeah, you know, it's funny though, not the problem, but I mean, they don't necessarily trade in tandem, those two. I mean, you can see right there. I mean, they don't trade in tandem. I mean, this is up 21%. And UNK is up 6%. So they do not trade in tandem. Why cannot people hear me? No, I know, but there's a person says he can't hear me. How come my quotes are different than yours? That's a Nimble. I don't know. I don't know what quotes you're looking at. All right, guys. APYX is just a little bit above 6 now. Again, there's that 200-day moving average, 615. It's possible. I mean, it's so hard for me to know. You know, I mean, there is a mute button you could, I guess, accidentally press. I know I'm on. I know I make that error every now and then. Huya is moving down here. HUYA is really moving down here. Look at this. It's a big gap down. Look at the room it has underneath. China stock. And it's through the 200-day moving average. I mean, it was just above it yesterday. It closed just above it at around 1950-ish or so. There it is. And now it is down below the 200-day moving average, HUYA. Oh, market's going to almost caught up or crept up on me. The market's going to open in less than a minute. So let's have a great trading day, everyone. I'm going to get rid of these two. And as usual, I will have, this is my Brokerage Plus window. It'll be on simulation trading all day. Now again, if you're new to this platform and you can practice trading. It's using our real-time data. It doesn't matter what broker you have. It's using our real-time data. You can practice trading. All right, guys. KTOV is maybe making a sign that it wants to. I might get interested if it gets up to about 124. Takes this area out right here. 3, 2, 1. We are open, everybody. And again, nothing will show up in these two windows. Until at least. Okay, there's the APYX, but it dropped right back down. Okay, I see WKHS is testing that 7 level. And that was the level way back here 3 years ago. Slack cannot, definitely not like the other ones, not like Zoom. Never, I mean, it did, I mean, look, it had a great run, but if you look at Zoom as an example, I mean, there's Zoom. Yeah, it had a little pullback there, but I mean, compare that to Slack. I know it's not quite the same, but give me a second here, guys. I'm just making an adjustment to one of my scans. This is our flyer from yesterday. Wow, what a great, I didn't get into this one, but what a great 2 days this MTSL had. Now it is starting to give it up a bit. Market is, fading a little bit here. I mean, we've had a, big open, but it's starting to fade just a little bit. All right, guys, there's the KTOV now. KTOV, now do I take it? It's early. Here's the KTOV. Big area to try to get out of. I'm discounting all these topping tails on the monthly chart. I'm just looking at the body of those candles. Yeah, it may run without me because look at the volume that came in. I mean, this has traded the float not quite 3 times, 18 million in the float. It's already traded 50 million. WKHS over 7 now in a big way. Okay, there's plug. SNCR, another interesting, a 2024 forecast. And that has given this one the excitement today. Plus, I think they closed some kind of an acquisition. It's a big float, though, $1/3 billion in the float. Well, this is not stopping. So it's taking out that high. I mean, there's the high right there in the monthly chart. EXP, I think it's on my watch list. Yeah, it's already, I mean, not very much volume yet, but it's already a ramp. I mean, it's still got room. I mean, I'm just not going to chase it, but I mean, it still has room, 1850 on that monthly chart. SNCR got, whoa, look at this, right at the 200-day moving average, 446. What will it do? SNCR. If it can get through that 200-day moving average, it has room, obviously, to the 5 level and maybe a little bit more. All right, guys, plug on the move. Meanwhile, INO is giving it up. Not shortable for me. LPCN, guys. This is it's on my watch list. It hasn't triggered yet. Through the 200-day moving average now. LPCN, look at the void. Look at it, look at it, look at it. Look left on that weekly and the monthly chart. Look how much room it has. I'm not saying it's going to get up here, but at least you don't have to worry about chart resistance. You can see how well it holds this area. There's the 200-day, 108. It did close above it yesterday. Definitely interested in this one if it can hold this area. It's 46 million in the float. Lots of volume already. Okay, there was the high at 122, so I'm just going to stick a price alert right there, see if it takes it out. I don't mind giving up 3 or 4 cents if it takes that out because it's got so much room. Well, if you have the AI, you know, there are a couple I'm definitely interested in. No, there are only 2 of them there. They're in the price range that I like. All right, guys. I am in both of those AI alerts right now. I know it's a little early. I see what happens. In both of those AI alerts. Well, it's not a time frame. It's not a time frame. I mean, if the filters are all met and the trigger being maybe a new high or whatever it is, or is met, it doesn't matter. I mean, what time frame it is. Yeah, I know, but yeah, but it's nothing to do with a 5-minute chart. I mean, it's like saying this. I mean, here's Plug making a new high. It's got nothing to do whether it's on a monthly chart, a weekly chart, a daily chart, a 5-minute chart, a 15-minute chart. It's just making a new high for the day. It's got nothing to do with 5 minutes or any specific time frame. I mean, it's making an intraday high. I know I said that, but I didn't. Okay. And why I'm not talking about it in terms of when I got in and all that, not fair to those of you who pay for the premium service. I can sort of talk about it right now. There was the alert for XP at 1543. It's at 1576 now. There was the alert for Plug at 646, at 665 right now. And I'm in right around these prices. I've traded some of the Plug out. I don't quite trust it, but I've traded some of the Plug out. Okay, just making some more. I've traded some of the XP out also. All right, what else is happening here? So there's the FFHL 740. So they did have some news. I'm sorry, this is an earnings play actually, an earnings play. And it is halted. Okay. FFHL is halted. Volatility halt. We're going to get halted at 941. So if this is a 5-minute halt, it'll open at 946 plus 46 seconds. This is our halts resumes. Again, the scan available to you if you're a Trade Idea subscriber. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that weekly chart. I mean, it's only 2 days, but look at this. Look at this. XPL, did I say XPL? FFHL, sorry, if I said XPL. Oh no, I meant XPI. EXPI. EXPI. That's from the AI. Guys, KTOV is still looking kind of interesting here. KTOV. These topping tails and all. I mean, it's just, if it can really break through. Obviously, the volume is fantastic. Look at that, 77 million shares with 18 million in the float. If you're talking about the AI alerts, no, I don't show the alerts on the main screen. It's not fair to those who pay for the premium service, MB. Okay? All right, I'm out of both of them now, guys, as they've pulled back. However, now I'm going to use this as a watch list. All right. You're on the web version. It's an interesting question. I'm not quite sure. Let me just load the web-based version and see what I see. I don't know if there's a there's not like a toggle in the app. There's a toggle which turns them all off. I don't think, doesn't look like there's a toggle there. You have to go into each individual. Yeah, you have to go into the individual. Let me just show you what I'm talking. You have to go into the individual strategy, it looks like, and actions, and then uncheck it if you've got the play sound. Okay, I don't think there doesn't look like there's, see, here there's a sound toggle. We can get rid of them all. It doesn't look like there is one here. So you have to go into the individual windows, right click, actions, and then uncheck it. All right, guys, here's FFHL on the move here. Look at this. What a nice what a nice halt. I think we give a 3-day grace or something in stock. I'm not 100% sure. I think we give a 3-day grace. Otherwise, I'm not sure. I just don't know. You'd have to contact accounting on that. Wow, what a great halt that was, FFHL. So in my watch list at 778. Okay, Antonio, I will give you the link for the other trading room. Okay. Okay, YEXT. You can, yeah, it's just really, you can go, or you go to our homepage and you click on trading room if you do forget. YEXT, look at this one. Wow, this has got some room, guys. Look at this one, YEXT. What's the float? 104 million in the float. Wow, this has got some room. Let's see if it settles down a little bit. Well, so when you say, do I go over options? I don't trade options. We do have some option filters if you're interested that can maybe allow you to zero in on interesting option plays, but I don't trade options. These are our option filters. So some obvious ones, the put call ratio, options volume, which is the average option volume over, I think it's over the last 10 days. This is the option volume today. Of course, it's total contracts. Put volume, call volume. This is the key one, option volume today percent. So for instance, if you put 200, you put 200 here. That would mean a stock that is traded, say, 2,000 contracts on average over the last 10 days. For you to see it, it will have to have traded 4,000. In other words, double. So it might to allow you to see something that you might want to trade on, the options on. But in terms of anything else regarding options, that's it. Well, MB, no, I don't show the AI alerts to non-premium members, no. I'll do it after the fact. So, I mean, there's my window on the other screen. Plug is coming back. I mean, ask yourself, how would you feel if you were a premium subscriber and I just basically showed it all day long? from a marketing point of view, that would be kind of crazy. Well, sure, yeah, I just did, Peter. I took the two early trades. What does it do? Well, basically, all you have to do, if you're a premium subscriber, you just click on new, and then this AI/Holly strategy trades window. You open it before the market opens, and you just let the alerts come in. You know, I mean, I'll show it now. I mean, there's the entry price, there's a stop, and you basically manage it. There's nothing for you to do, they just happen. Well, if they're posting a link, you have to be a subscriber in order to get the link. CGC, look at Canopy here. Canopy's on the move here. Yeah, well, TF, what I would be doing is I wouldn't just concentrate on Neo. If you are a premium subscriber, I would click on New from the toolbar and then click on AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. This window will pop up, okay? And you'll get all of the AI trades, whether they're from Neo or 2.0 or Grail. Now, if you only want, wow, look at FFHL. This is my miss. Look at this rippage here. I mean, that's what I do. And you can see you have the segment, so you can see where it's from. Well, you have an option to trade what you want to. I mean, if you're going to auto trade, there's the Holly AI, and you can switch on whatever you want. Here are the strategies that made the cut. Okay, these bottom four are always the Neo strategies. You know, the breakdown short, breakout long, pull back short. These are always making the cut. These are the Neo strategies. So you can choose to trade whatever you want if you're doing auto trades. Wow, what a big miss by me. There's the alert at 7:78. This is now 9:30. Yikes. If you save a layout, do I need to keep loading it when using? Okay, the thing about the channel bar is that everything in a channel is a layout. So yes, your layout will disappear, which is fine as long as you save it to the cloud. You can always bring it back, of course. But everything here is a layout. So typically what happens once you become used to TradeIt is you're not going to go into the channels all day long. You might start to, wow, look at plug now. Son of a gun, I'm not in it anymore. You might, when you go into the individual channels, you might see a scan you like. And what I would do is if you like it, then you can save it to the cloud. You go into the individual window or channels, maybe pluck different scans from the different windows, save them to the cloud, and then you can start building your layout from those windows that you saved. That's when you become a little more experienced. Because, I use the same layout virtually. I haven't changed my layout for years, it seems. Every now and then, I may take a window and get rid of it for a while if I don't like the way it's performing. And then I just go to the cloud and maybe load something. But, my overall layout has really not changed much in years. Well, I wish I still had the plug, but that got me out. That little move down. I'm never so confident in this one. You guys have been around me a long time. You know, plug, Ballard, and fuel cell. But argument to be made for taking it right around there, I guess, 660. Yep. It's just like the alert windows. You can create a sound. It's exactly the same. You just right click, click on properties, and then actions, and then click on the play sound, set up the sound. You can do a text to speech, use custom sound. If you click that, then you select the sound. These are 3 folders we've got with different sound alerts within each folder. You can, click on one, open it, play it. If you like it, then you say okay a couple of times, and then the sound gets attached to that window. It's the same with the AI. You'll notice if you right click and you'll go to actions immediately. Same format. Yeah, there was something going on with the pot stocks for sure. Tilray, CGC. Let's see what the index is doing, MJ. What is the index doing? So the index is a little bit alive. Wow, so this was halted again for volatility. Is this really popping? Let me see. When you say pop, yeah, it is popping. Tough trader here. I think it really has to, it's going to struggle maybe to get through 3. This has been a disaster. I'm talking about the GNUS. All right, one of those Liberty stocks, LTRPA, on the move here. A little red bar ignored for AVXL. All right, so T-Bio is kind of holding here. I'd probably stick an alert just over 20, it's 26.28 or so. It did hit in the pre-market. It did hit 29. This is my massive miss for the day. Wow, FFHL. So now we've got to go back to 2016 to see these levels for FFHL. Two alerts, the same price, I think. Actually, a little bit later in my watch list up because it had to wait to 9:45. And if you want to follow my watch list all day long, just click on New, Channel Bar, and then Barry's Watch List. Now remember, I know I have to say it all the time, this is a layout, so whatever layout you have will be replaced. And you won't see all the, you only see the last one. Well, as they say, one good trade, and that was it. All right, there's the T-Bio, guys. It just made that little move here. What is the spread like? It's not terrible. 10 cent. Nickel. Oh, there it went. Yeah, what is the next SPAC? I don't know if this is an IPO, IPOB. I don't know if it was an IPO or just a symbol name change, but this is a SPAC. Well, there's the T-Bio guys. I'm continue to watch the CRSA. Well, maybe not now. I mean, this was had a huge move yesterday. Huge move. I mean, from 10 to 13, and then it just basically rested for the balance of the day. All right, Eno's right back up. I'm just not good at bounce plays, but look at Eno right back up, and let's see, 1784. Okay, so a word on auto trading. All right, this is why I don't agree with auto trading, the AI. I mean, I'm just going to show you. So look at 646. There's the entry. Now it got out at 658. That was where the algo took that out. 658. So 12-cent gain. In my opinion, if a stock is at 646 and it hits almost got up to 7, if you're not taking some profit, up here, and not taking it down here at 658, in my opinion, you're doing yourself a disservice. Well, I just look at the percentage increase. I mean, if something goes from 646 to 680 in, such a short period of time, when these things are going to be really probably pretty whippy, I just think you have to take some out. I mean, it's a great percentage increase. And that's my opinion only, of course. Well, this was on my watch list, but again, I don't take these in the first 5 minutes or 15 minutes typically. So this was on the watch list to be watching SPR, and it is now maybe, just maybe, it is trying to find a base here and will bounce SPR off 24. There's the VWAP 2465, so maybe it'll get close to that VWAP. Doug, it just means that because it's completely free, we can't have people coming in and posting every half a second, like the same person every half a second, and it could happen. In other words, spamming. So we put it on slow mode on purpose. Give me a moment here. I'm just trying to answer somebody here, okay? Just give me one moment. XRF, guys, is ringing in my ear here. XRF is ripping, yes, as I'm doing an email here. Just give me a second here, guys, still. I have to answer this guy. Okay. Well, the news, and I mean, I was surprised. I was very surprised because I thought this stock had been written off, back here. I know it had been kind of running a little bit, but it had completely been written off. And, but, I mean, look, the news looks awesome. I mean, I don't think you can make that news up. $71 million DoD grant. My goodness, so XRF, so I've missed this one as I was answering that email. So what is happening? XRF, the alert was at 333, so it hasn't, I'd like to see it maybe base just a little bit. 10 million in the float. This is a low float situation. Okay, keep an eye on NTLA. I mean, guys, if it takes out 24, you can see, looking left on that monthly chart, it has some room. Okay, sorry, but guys, I've got this email going on. Well, we look at Eno now again. When that all the excitement. When was this? This was back in. Of course, that was when the virus was really getting going. Unfortunately, so I know it was all the way up to about $20. Ah, you guys in your emails, what are you doing that to me for? Look at XRF. Jeez, what a great alert. 333, 387 now. What's the volume like? Yeah, great volume. 10 million in the float. So, I mean, tons of volume for it. You can't. You can't take it off. You'll just have to live with it. My goodness. So even that alert there for Eno, what was it, 1739, 1813. Ugh. Hard for me to look at. So this is what I'm saying, guys. Use this as a watch list, okay? So just because the AI got out, now it's right back up. And this one also. Now the AI did not get out of that one. I would have been gagging a little bit as it got down to 1517 from 1548, but in my opinion, the best way to use the AI is as a watch list all day long. You can get setups from some of the stocks all day long. Don't get so hung up on, wow, I didn't get it right at the penny. Guys, okay. Well, there's a nice. I just going to say I'm in the NTLA from here. I was waiting and waiting to see how well it would hold over 23. I'm sorry, over 24. And I see it's pulled back, but I'm in at 2404 literally, or 2405. Sorry, 2405 on the NTLA. And again, you understand, I'm not going to tell anybody to buy anything, all right? You have to make up your own mind on what you want to do. All I will do is say, okay, I'm interested. I told you I was very interested in this one on a 24 break. But you have to make up your own mind. If you're seeing the same thing I'm seeing, all right, guys, give me one moment. I'll be right back. Yeah, okay, the XP is still alive here. So see what I'm saying? I mean, on this XP, I mean, it got down to about 15, 14, but it's right back up, a watch list. Oh man, well, I did trade some of that out. I'm a little disappointed in it. Yeah, a little disappointed in the NTLA that it didn't keep going. I did trade some out, and now I have a decision to make. There's a big topping tail, though. I want to see how well it holds 24. Meanwhile, going crazy, crazy, crazy. Yeah, okay, it is back up. But it almost got me out. That's the NTLA. Boy, lots happening again. How many times do I say that? Every day, yes. So even this one, KPTI, $20 and 2040 now. Just checking. This is why I keep this on the no repeat. You can kind of go back in time and see what happened from the time of the alert. And there's the price. Could you have made money? Now, they're all not going to be rocket ships, of course, but now look at this. You had to be, I mean, it's pulled right back down now. FFHL. No, I'm out of the NTLA, guys. I basically flattened on that last bit. So I'm all out of it. Well, Doug, I mean, obviously it depends on, I mean, everything we're doing here is real time, you know. Yeah, okay, good exit. Thank you. Now, I will look at it again if it gets back up, say, over 24.17. But maybe TradeStation is maybe your scanner in TradeStation. Maybe you've got some filters in that are preventing it from showing up earlier. So another look at this XRF 333. It gets all the way up to almost 4 and it's pulled right back down. That's why I make jokes about it, but you cannot get into these, especially the low float situations. You cannot get into them and then walk away for even 5 minutes sometimes. Well, that news. I mean, now it is pulled back quite a bit. 1847. Yeah, it might be, but I'm waiting. That's a pretty big red candle right now. I'm waiting. I mean, I will not take this unless it gets over 24 again. I have three 32-inch monitors, Asif. Well, they're completely different, MB. These are my scans, nothing to do with the AI. Completely different. They're all real time. There's no. I don't know how to answer that question exactly. I mean, these are my scans, nothing to do with the AI. No, not 4K. No, they're. Ah, jeez. 2K, 2K. I got to stop talking more, or speak less and act more. This NK's got a lot of room still. I mean, there's the high yesterday, 1311. I mean, obviously, if it takes out that 1311, look out. I mean, it's got really. If I back this out on the monthly chart, the next highest looking left on that monthly are way here at 17, which is back in 2016. So we're talking over 4 years ago. Yeah, you see, a question like that, is it still a good buy? I mean, personally, I'm not going to answer that question, okay? Because I can't give advice. I can't say, yes, it is a good buy, all right? All I can say is it's pulled back. It's basing here, a little over 8. I mean, it obviously hit 1050. It may be just resting. You'd like to see some volume, I think, if you want to get in it, but boy, this NK, I mean, if it just takes out that high of yesterday, I mean, this could still keep ripping. Oh, MB, I don't know. I have no idea. I don't follow any of the other trading rooms. Man, 10:30, almost 10:30 already. This has been another fast morning. Now look at T-Bio, man. I mean, you've just got to be so careful with these. All right, AVXL, it's taken out the high of last week. Kind of resting a little bit. Decent volume for sure. Kind of resting a little bit here, AVXL. We don't disclose that, Doug. First of all, it's not the number of shares; it's how much risk I'm taking per trade. Okay, number of shares is irrelevant. It's the risk. So, as an example, if I want to risk $100 a trade, to make the math simple, stock's at $10, and there is support at say 9.90, 10 cents away. That I think is support. So that means if I want to risk $100 on that trade, I could take 1,000 shares. 1,000 times 10 cents is $100. So it's not the number of shares I take per trade will vary. It depends on where the stop is. And then, of course, how much you're going to risk per trade, it's all up to the size of your account. XRF, guys. Look, what a pullback. I mean, that pulled all the way back to 323 and now it's exploding again. Unbelievable. Okay, MB, this is a link and a code for you if you want to use it, promo code. Well, it's 10:30 already. Okay, guys, so first of all, welcome to the room. If you are new to the room, this is the format, Mondays to Fridays, between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time, of course. Unbelievable. This was quite the pullback, guys. I mean, this is a stock that got all the way up to 390 and pulls all the way back down to 317. And then it decides to explode again. If you are a Trade Idea subscriber, I am sharing a lot of scans. If you click on the scans tab within the trading room, you'll see, click on that link. You'll see all the scans that I'm sharing. You can always click on the room drive icon too. Looks like a half open folder, scans that I share, download. It'll go to a Word document. And all you have to do is copy the link and then file load from cloud to get it onto your system. Now this is hard to listen to, XRF. The links that I'm going to go over, a lot of the training links, you can download also to a Word document. But first, did you want to go over the subscriptions? If you do want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas right now, there is a link and there is the promo code. Barry for Alpha, XRF just got halted. Barry for Alpha, 15% off, 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. That code is no longer available, Upinder. That was only, that expired last night. But I might be able to do something for you. Let me just keep going here. So we basically have four plans. We have a premium yearly plan, $22.68 a year minus that 15%, or $10.68 a year minus the 15%. If you are going to get our premium service, it's because you want this. That's the reason you want it. You can get the AI alerts. You just have to load the window. There's your entry time, your price, your stop, and manage the trades. Okay? Nothing for you to do. Just have to load the window. You don't have to start off with an annual plan. You can always just try us out for a month. Standard monthly, $118 a month, less that 15%, or the premium, $228, less the 15%. And that promo is only good for the first month. But if you decide you want to upgrade within 30 days of taking out a subscription, you can do so and we'll honor the promo code. Let me just go over some of the links now. So we've already talked about a subscription. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. If you have an Interactive Brokers account and you want to use this Brokerage Plus window to trade your live account, you can do so. And there is a great video for you to watch. It's about 27 minutes long. It goes over all the ins and outs of using Brokerage Plus Interactive Brokers, okay? I do a daily video between 1:50 and 1:45 every day. This is a link for the latest download of trade ideas. You will know you don't have it if you have our similar or single stock window and you don't have the similar tab, for example. Look at XRF. Yikes. 20 short video lessons. Excellent link. If you're new to trade ideas, or even if you don't have trade ideas, this gives you an idea about some of the general features of trade ideas. What is a top list, building one, an alert window, creating one, etc., etc. Okay, great, short, sweet, to the point videos. We also have a little more detailed training link. You'll see right there, there are those 20 videos. We also have what we call TI University and Back to Basics videos in here. We also have webinars. Everything is free, by the way. We also have these webinars Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time, and they are all archived. Next test drive sign up. We do not have free trials. This is about as close as you're going to get, though. The next test drive could be in August. So if you fill this out, you'll be notified exactly when it's going to be and how to sign up for it. For $8.99, we'll give you access to our full premium service for up to 10 trading days. We had the last one just ended in May. 4,000 people, over 4,000 people signed up for it. We had a record. So if you want to be notified when the next one is, just fill this form out and you get an email probably a couple of weeks before. We have some ebooks here for you. Okay, and now I'm going to talk about the AI, a little more detail, and then Brokerage Plus. Oh man, NYOV. I have always lots of windows open. How to stop it coming back when I reopen the platform? Don't understand quite the question. You have more windows open than you want? I want to stop. How to stop it coming back? Okay. Maybe I'm still misunderstanding the question. I mean, typically what we do as users is we have a layout that we like, and that's what you want to see when you open trade ideas every day. Save as your default, or get like I've always just given it another name. So basically, take the windows. You should have, in theory, a layout that you like to see every single day, and then all you have to do is save or share to cloud, give it a name, entire layout, give it a name, and save it. Then, when you exit Trade Ideas, it'll ask you, do you want to save your layout? You say yes. Then tomorrow, when you load Trade Ideas, your layout, the one that you should be wanting to see, will load for you. Well, then then you probably have to go through the exercise then of shutting down the windows that you don't want, okay, just by Xing them out, okay? Shutting down the windows you don't want. And once you have the layout that you like, then File, Save or Share to Cloud, click on Entire, give it a name, and save it. All right, so that layout will be saved for you, the one that you want. And then, as we said before, if you File, Exit, Save Layout, the same thing. This basically will just remember your last layout, so that when you re-enter Trade Ideas the next time, the layout you want will appear for you. So you're going to have to get rid of the windows you don't want. Just X them out. Okay, make sense? And then you're not hearing, well, okay, couple things. I mean, obviously, now you're 100% for sure you created a sound. So if you go in, if you right click, actions, set up sound, and then play, what do you hear? If you hear nothing, is it possible you've turned off all your sound alerts? This is a toggle up here, right beside account. Okay, so is it possible that you've accidentally turned off all your sound alerts? Between account and Idea Surfing, there's a toggle. See how there's a diagonal through it? That turns off all the sound alerts. Is it possible you've done that? You haven't done that. Do you have alerts coming from anything else? Okay. Have you muted your whole computer somehow? Doesn't make sense now if... Yeah, but sometimes within the sound icon, you know how you can, the different levels, is it possible? Not sure how I can help you. If you swear that you have not turned off all the sounds, so if I give you just to satisfy my curiosity. Okay, so load this window. This is a pretty active window, and it's text to speech or text to voice. Okay, load that window and tell me if you're getting. Okay, so East Bay, if you're looking at a top list window, it's hard for me to know for sure, but if you're looking at a top list window and you're and you're getting the data from yesterday, make sure when you right click time frame, make sure you've checked live always. Okay? Because typically that's what happens. If you say live during market hours, you're only going to get yesterday. You know, this morning when you load a top list, when you're looking at a top list window, you have to check live always. Excuse me. So again, right click, time frame, live always. Well, then listen. Okay? Just listen, and now I'm just waiting for the next one to happen. Oh, I don't know. A small trap. I don't know what you mean. How the scanner reacted on that. I mean, the different scanners do different things. Of course, I mean, I'm a momentum trader, so I'm looking for new highs and new lows for the day. Stocks near the new highs and lows. So I don't know what you mean. How? But I don't have a scan for that. You know, something touch. I mean, we have scans. I mean, that are you can show that are near the VWAP. So did you hear plug, Antonio? Did you hear plug? Okay, so something's. I have no idea how to help you. Something's going on because, and for sure, this is you've got you don't you've got the sound. You've not accidentally have disabled your sound alerts en masse, but with this icon. Okay, I can't help you. I'm gonna have to send you to tech support then, and I just can't help you. I have no idea. And let me just give you the, you can start a live chat and tell them, my sound icon, I have not turned it off. Maybe even reload. Maybe even just do a reload or something. Sometimes, that, I mean, there's no rhyme or reason for it to work, even if you do a reload, but maybe just try a reload and see what happens. And if they fix you, tell me what they did, because so I can kind of put it in my memory banks. Yeah, you can do that, Andres. And what I'd like you to do, you can do that, and like sort of a conditional buy order. Check this out, Andres. Okay, check this video out. It's a little bit long, but it goes into all sorts of aspects of Brokerage Plus, and I'm assuming you're using Interactive Brokers. But for instance, if I'm going to use the buy button as an example, I use the buy button. All I have to do, as an example, use the buy button, and I just release it above the price, as an example. And there it would be. So if the stock hit that price, it would take the order, as an example. Or I could have dropped it down below as a potential, on a pullback play if it moved down to a certain level I wanted to take the trade. But you can see what I did. Now I can move it right on the chart. I can move it up and down wherever I want. I'm just going to get rid of that order. Oops. Now I do want to talk about the AI. Well, I can take a look at it, but what would you like me to say? It's got 15 consecutive. I mean, that's, yeah, amazing run. An amazing run. Well, I mean, you're chasing it. I mean, it's obviously great if you're looking for a stock that is obviously in play and moving higher. I mean, but I don't know how to answer a question, is that a good sign? Well, ultimately, things will eventually, nothing is going to go up forever. But I mean, in theory, it has room to 40. I'm not saying it's going to get there. I mean, you're asking me to sort of predict the future. Is it going to sell off? Probably at some point, but I couldn't tell you when. Whole numbers can be kind of sticky. So let me go over the AI. So we have what we call about 50 baseline strategies. So at the end of the market today, the AI wants to have access to the latest market data and takes a look at all the filters that are in place in the strategies. So as an example, this is not one of the AI strategies, but if it were, takes a look at the filters and maybe makes adjustments to the filter values, maybe takes a filter out, adds one in. Very tedious process. Imagine trying to do 50. Of course, just to do one is a tedious process. Running through what our back tester, going through that optimization procedure. When the AI did the work last night, these are the strategies it came up with that made the cut, as we call making the cut, win percentage and profit factor combination that made the cut. Tomorrow, same thing. The AI will work again once the market closes. Tomorrow we'll be presented with the strategies that made the cut. We don't know what they're going to be. Then if you have the AI, all you have to do is from the toolbar, new, AI/Holly strategy trades window. This window will pop up, and then you just have to wait for the trades to happen or the alerts to happen, okay? I mean, it's really that simple. People say, well, how do you use it? Well, people use the AI in many different ways. Personally, I only look at stocks under $20. That's just my personal preference. And if I get an alert, I will immediately, of course, check the charts. Do I see any resistance nearby? If not, then it becomes, something that I definitely want to take a look at. But it's not that I take every trade. But that's how I use it. How another person might use it might be very different. So, I mean, there's no video on how to use the AI. And then there's Brokerage Plus. So with Brokerage Plus, you can use Brokerage Plus in two ways. I always demo it on the paper trading, the simulated trading, all part of the standard service. Okay, if you're a new trader, absolutely use our paper trader to practice trading. It's using our real-time data, so it's real world situation. If you happen to have an interactive broker's account and you do want to trade using Brokerage Plus, then I would encourage you to watch this video. And this goes over all the ins and outs of using Brokerage Plus in combination with an interactive broker's account. Okay. Now, some out there are going to say, well, does it work with this brokerage platform or that brokerage platform? It only works with interactive brokers right now. Of course, we're trying to add some other platforms, but I cannot tell you when or when that's going to happen. So right now, it only works with, if you want to trade using this little module called Brokerage Plus to trade your account, you need an interactive broker's account. Now, it doesn't mean you can't use trade ideas if you don't have an interactive broker's account, okay? It just means that this is a nice little module that, as an add-on, but it's 100% not necessary. But as a paper trader, super simple to do. Say I want to take this trade right now. I just click on the alert, EXPI. I'll pick how many shares I want to go in at. I'll go in at the market. I mean, typically I might go in, I could pick the price I want to go in at. But, just for this purposes, I mean, it's not a horrible spread. It's about a nickel. So I'll just buy a couple hundred shares. So there's where it took it, 1569. And now I'm going to do this after the fact, but of course ahead of time you should know exactly where your stop is going to be, but I just want to show you how you can place a stop. So if I wanted to place a stop, 1560, what am I in at? 1569. I look at the chart, think, well, just underneath 1550, that might be a good. So I add the stop order. So 15, say 45. And see how it appears now right on the chart. Right on that chart there, you can see. So if I allowed the system to take me out at 1545, I would lose $47. I can also put a target if I want. Let's just put 16. Again, I'm just demoing this. And you'll see the target will appear up here. Okay, so again, if I allow the system just to run this automatically, if it got up to 16, it would take me out for a $63 gain, and if I allowed it to take me out at 1545, I'd lose 47. Now, let's just say the trade starts working well. I can use this like a trailing stop, and I can just move this line up and down. Okay, so let's say it starts working well. I just start moving it up and up and up. And the same with the target. If it starts getting close to the target and I don't want to get out, of course I can move the target up. Or if I think it's stalling, I could move it down and take myself out. So very highly visual what you can do on the chart. Now, as far as having my layout, you can do one of two things. If you want my watch list up and down, the only way to get that is by clicking on New, Channel Bar, and then Barry's watch list, okay? But again, this is a layout. Your layout will disappear. You only have one layout loaded at a time. Everything in a channel is a layout. And then if you wanted individual windows like my basic highs and lows, all you have to do is either one of two ways. If you can click on the scans tab within the trading room, here are all the scans I'm sharing, or, and I think probably most people do this because it's probably a little easier. You can take a look at them all at your leisure. Click on that room drive icon, looks like a half open folder, and scans that I share download, goes to a Word document, And then if you see something you like, all you do is copy the link. And then file, load from cloud, and then paste the link in here. That box, and then load, okay? Yeah, well, look at this. Yeah, man, what a drop. This was a star for look how many days, from 11 all the way up to yesterday's high of 1838. And now this is the first big down day for it. All right, LL&W, keep an eye on this one, guys. I'd like to see maybe a little base here, maybe, but a little bit of a pop on the 15s. You can look left, and it's got some room on that weekly chart to about 650-ish or so. On the monthly, it looks a little better, all the way up to 7. Stim from had this on the watch list. Oh, look at this one. Look at the volume that came in actually on that candle. Was it that candle? Yeah. No, I'm sorry. It is on that candle. Look at the volume that's coming into Stim, guys. STIM. Look at the room it's got. STIM. Give me a moment, please. All right, I'm back. I haven't noticed that Jatinder. I did a pre-market trade in KTOV. I had the plug. I haven't noticed it. No. Well, T-Bio really gave it up. Shortable also. Take a look. I mean, it takes that 22. And this is shortable at IB. Yeah, it is shortable. I wonder if our friend William is here, or has he already shorted it? All right, keep an eye on CYCN. This is making a new high. I'd like to see a bit of volume come in. Look at CYCN. So if you look left on that weekly chart, what do you see? 624. That's the next high looking left. I mean, if it cracks through 624, I mean, look at the room it's got. Look at CYCN. I'm putting an alert right there, right around 622. See if it gets close, and then pops right through. And then look left. I mean, look at all the room it's got. It's not trading very much. One moment, please. Yes, yes, yes. The mic is off. Sorry about that. Gosh, crazy am I? So Jatinder, I was just saying, you intrigued me, but it's probably no secret why I'm putting all these price alerts on the LLNW. I took the LLNW and wanted to see the fill I got, and it was fine. Didn't see any issue whatsoever. And East Bay, no, I don't have any of the Warrior scans. You'll have to get those from him. Yeah, I had no issue. I mean, I took the LL and W. You know, I mentioned this. I said, man, if takes out, what was it, 624? Whatever that number was right here. No. What was the number? I could have sworn it was 624. Anyway, really? No, not even. No, because you know it's a $6 stock, 630 stock. No, I got filled exactly where I wanted it. So I can't help you there. Oh, I have no idea. Jatinder, I have no idea. You'll have to contact IB. I'm the wrong person because you know, as I said many times, I took out my subscription 3.5 years ago. I called them, I think, once in the first week. I haven't looked at it since. Restarting? Okay. That's what you know, that's usually, isn't that the way? Instead of trying to beat our heads up against trying to figure out what's going on, sometimes just doing a reboot. No, no, I'm talking to Antonio in terms of rebooting. He was having a problem with the sound alerts. Does IB? Yes, IB has charting. Yes. Well, inching. So the next high looking left is going to be about 650. LLLL. Okay. Wow, this is really ripping, guys. So there was the alert at 622. Let's see how close I can get to 650. If I purchase a second subscription to TI, can I get the same price as my first one? Um, I don't know. I've never, I don't know, William. It sounds like you've got quite a discount or something. Um, all I can do is tell you to contact Kelly. Okay, and see what she says. Oops, wrong. Well, I don't think it matters. I capitalized the Y. I don't think it matters. Yeah, I don't get involved in the accounting at all, and that's on purpose. What's the float in this one? See, it's not a super low float. 114 million in the float. Let me see. Is there a specific reason? Yeah, okay. Limelight research shows surge in streaming. Okay. So it's one of those. Okay, well, just, yeah, contact Kelly, and I don't know what our policy is, William. Ooh, look at Riot. I almost hate to say it, but look at Riot. Look at the volume. They just came into Riot, guys. Surprised it's not halted. All right, guys, give me. I'm going to be back. Let's see, 11:14. I'll be back at about 11:20. Hungry kitty. Just a minute. right, guys, I'm back. So what is Stim doing? 265. So it did hit 307. So that's not a bad one from 265. Okay, Torps, I say you were patient. Where was your stop? You know what I'm going to do? Where was your stop? Where did you get in and where was your stop? Because you got in anywhere near where I did. That dropped over that dropped about $1. Look at Eno. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. Yeah, wow, what a move it made. From that original alert, it's pulled back a lot, but look at the volume that came in. Yeah. Yeah, Adriel, this is English only. Sorry. No Portuguese. All right. No, just as I was bringing it up again, I just wanting to see if it can take out 650. Now that's my cap this time. Rest of the week, well, I'm not going to swing this one, but I mean, to me there's a lot of resistance right around 7. You know, I'm not going to be swinging this one, but boy, this one will not die. I mean, that got all the way down to 17.28. Now it's $1.50 or so. Fran, well, I know it had an incredible day yesterday. Whether it had, based on store openings, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I just don't know how to answer a question like that. Will it ever have any life? Ever have any life? Yes. Oh my goodness. Okay, well let's keep. I love it's just sort of a little game I play, guys, for myself to keep myself amused. I keep putting price alerts, things I'm in, and see if very close. I love to get that pop up. Look at the SPY. Ooh, okay. Now LPCN. This is a tricky one. I mean, look at the room it's got. Look at that room, guys. Look left. All time frames through the 200-day. Look at the I don't know what's put a charge into LL and W though, to be honest. I mean, I know it said streaming services up, okay, but where are they out of? Arizona? What did this hit yesterday? So LPCN, it did get up to 120 yesterday, so it's above that 120. I think I might take some just to. Well, now it's through that level. What was that price right there? That was 651. So it's popped through that 50-cent mark. Next high looking left is all the way up to 7. Kind of waiting on this LPCN. I don't know why. I just don't kind of trust it. Yeah, but there is a red bar ignored right there. Ooh, on the way down though, ACB halted on the way down. So what are the rest of those cannabis plays were really screaming higher? So some of them have pulled back, but ACB looks worse. Well, actually, Tilray really hasn't. Bit of a pullback there, but ACB is, yeah, this is on the way down. Look at that on the 15-minute chart. Wow. Well, guys, I'm looking to sell some now. This has just been a this give. You know, it's funny, Jatinder. I mean, I almost took that trade just because you had asked me about not getting good fills. So I almost. I mean, I saw it here, of course, but I thought, okay, let's see what sort of a fill I get. So I almost have to thank you for my taking that trade. But this is now just kind of straight up. Boy, I keep wanting to sell some, but all right, 669. I had to. Yeah, this is not usually the good halt. This is not the good halt for ACB. This is a news halt on the way down. Typically not very good. It doesn't look like the rest of the industry or the sector is being that much affected though. No. Well, guys, I mean, I thought maybe it would stall at 7, so we'll see. I've already sold some of it. Yikes. Wow, what happened there with TAC? Look at that topping tail and then just key rash. All right, I have to put an alert for LPCN right up here. See if I can get up here and then there. Okay, well, it just kind of did it. I mean, it's great volume, great volume. 4.4 million shares, almost 10 times normal. So, I mean, it's great volume. Just need one of these candles, one of these big volume bars to happen right here, just to push it through. Look at the room. Get my marks here. All right, listen. I'm taking it, I took it at 124. Let's just see if it does anything. LPCN gets into the teens, I'm gone. So I'm in the LPCN 124. Well, can you get into the 30s? I can give you a sort of a graph, MB, okay? That's all I have in terms of charting performance like that. Meanwhile, MYOV is, oh, look at that. Look at that pullback and then rip on volume. Look at the volume. Yeah, I'm out of that. Also, my concentration now is on the LPCN. See if it can. Yeah, was it would not have been an easy one. I mean, this was an amazing run right there, but then that would have that red bar, that whoa, and then that pullback. I mean, remember that green candle was red all the way down there. That looked pretty ominous. That looked like it could have been over. Yeah, I mean, listen, I wish it were in the 30s right now. I don't like that, obviously. I'd like to see that thrust into the 30s. All right, give me a moment here. I think there's a couple of emails that I have to take a look at. Give me a moment here, guys. All right. Too bad I missed this one. You know, this is the VVNT. I missed this. Basic new lows, no
Yeah,
repeat,
baby.
1695. Just a moment, please. There, guys, I'm back. All right, so the LPCN, one more chance here to see if it can get through that 30. Well, Eno is on fire now. Absolutely on fire now. Okay, one moment, guys. The plumber has showed up. I just have to have a quick chat, okay? So I'll be right back, maybe about 5 minutes. Okay, guys, I am now back, but I will be leaving really soon. The trades are starting to show up right now. So, who is on the YouTube feed? Okay, guys. So, oh, look at this one, Y10. Oh, all right, so I'm out of the LPCY, or I'm sorry, the LPCN, guys. Just not holding. Just not holding. Don't like this at all. So I'll take a look at it again if it gets maybe over the 130 mark. But so it took a little loss on the LPCN. Trading definitely requires concentration. Yes, they're very busy right now, but let me, Stan, okay. If you don't mind putting your email here just for a brief second, and I'll erase it immediately because I have to give her, I'll contact her. I need your email address so she can look up your account immediately. I don't know how you feel about that. Okay, I'll tell you what, you know what? Okay, I just started a private chat with you. All you have to do is just give me your email address right in there, okay? And then I can give that to her. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. I'll contact her right now. Okay, Stan, so I gave the information to her directly. So let's see. Okay, sorry about that, guys. So the LPCN, so that did this yesterday. I still really like this one though going forward. I don't mean today necessarily, but you have to love the look of this on that weekly chart. So it's just not quite ready yet. Is there a cheat sheet for all the strategy terms? You too, Larissa. What do you mean by the strategy terms? Give me an example of one. Look at QD, guys. QD is on the move here over that whole number. Not a lot of volume coming in yet, but lots of volume though. 8 million. Big float for a $2 stock, though. Big float for a $2 stock. But as always, look left. What do you see? So I see on the weekly chart, maybe to the 270 area. Ugly looking daily chart though. Ugly. One of the ugliest ones you can see. Print this out and put ugly next to it because this is an ugly daily chart. It looks a little better on the weekly. Oh, I see. No, Nimble. Well, I shouldn't say that. I used to have, breakout long. So it's a long strategy. It's breaking out. A lot of times, if you just click on the alert, you'll see something that is. Yeah, there is. I don't know if I still have it. I don't think I saved that as a link anymore. Yeah, I don't have it as a link anymore. The strategy descriptions. Let me see if I can dig it up. If not, just go to the homepage and ask for there is a PDF. I think I don't know how updated it is though. See if this works. Yeah, I guess it is. Okay, I do have a link for you. Okay. Oh, okay. Jatinder beat me to it. Okay. Let's see if they're the same.
Hi, Barry.
One moment, please, okay?
Hello everybody, welcome to the noon or 5 minutes early noon switchover. Gonna give Barry a break here. I'll be with you guys for an hour. My name is Steve. I'm the user number 3 here at Trade Ideas. I've been around forever. So as we usually do this time of day, we'll give Barry a little break and change the desktop over a little bit, change the flavor up a little bit. But you guys are certainly welcome to ask questions. That's invited. It's the reason I'm here. Just fire away if you want, some new direction on content here. Otherwise, you're just going to be kind of looking over my shoulder for the next hour. Nice buy there and plug from the AI. All right, I assume you guys hear me because Mike C is weighing in. That's why I like to just look at NEO. I prefer to only look at the NEO trades. That's where the volume is. Working on a new scan. I'm going to talk about it in my webinar tonight, so I'll probably talk about it a little bit here, but I'm going to refine it in a webinar tonight. Hello, everybody. Hello, Jatinder. Basically, GDX was the trade of the week, and it worked very nicely, especially if you were long going into the weekend, but that wasn't the case for people who got the email Monday morning. So the Monday morning email was basically a gap up, from right there. Obviously, we would have loved to have, let's zoom out a little bit here. We would have loved to have had that breakout buy right there, right around 33.70, I think it was. But we didn't. The market opened up, and a lot of people are gun shy about grabbing and buying a gap up like that. Even though this was the trade of the week, we didn't know it was going to gap up. Let me make sure my audio's on. It is. Okay. So when that happens and you feel like you may have missed the boat, there is a secondary opportunity for people to enter something that they feel they might have missed on a gap opening, and that is, of course, my 10-period moving average. And as you can see yesterday, it was the perfect backstop, the perfect catch. So if you were not on the ball here and you didn't want to chase here, and you certainly didn't want to chase up here, you got a secondary opportunity to get long the trade of the week. Now, it wasn't ideal, and honestly, we don't think we really wanted it to come back and fill that gap. We wanted the momentum to continue. So this made a perfect opportunity for that entry. And I'll talk about this more again this afternoon, but I've created a scan here, and just because I like to make silly names, I'm calling it parkour, like those youngsters that like to hurdle and bounce and cartwheel off of walls and statues and fences and whatnot. It just seems like the perfect name for it. So the scan is pretty basic, and again, I don't want to get ahead of myself for this afternoon's webinar, but again, the thinking is, okay, if we missed the gap up, can we alert ourselves in real time, which is the strength of trade ideas, to when the price pulls back on a new 5-minute low and is very close to, if not maybe even touching, the 15-minute 10 simple moving average, which is my touchstone of intraday indicators. So how would we translate that into trade ideas speak? Let's break open the filter here and I'll show you a little bit. First thing I wanted, well, the first thing you always do with an event-based scan, like an alert window, is what is our event going to be? Well, we're filling a gap, so it's going to be a low. It's not going to be a new low, because a new low would probably take out the gap opening. And as I said earlier, we don't want to take out the gap opening. We just want to find a spot that backs and fills and is a good area for an entry that we can lean on. And so the 5-minute low is going to become our event. So new 5-minute lows will show us as we get close to the 10 period. So beyond that, these stocks have to be up 1% from the close. All right. Relative volume, 1.4. These stocks have to have gapped up. We'll get to the gap in a second, but they have to be doing more than average volume. So 40% more average volume than normal for the time of day. I just put a price filter in there of $10 just randomly. And then we've got the stock composite rating. This is a basic, simple score that you can add without having to go in to 10 different filters to say, hey, show me stocks that are moving from the lower left to the upper right. In other words, stocks that are trending up. So if I put a minimum value of 80 in here for the score, that's essentially saying, show me all the B students and all the A students in terms of technical merit, and even some fundamental merit. So it ensures me I'm not going to be finding stocks that are in a horrible downtrend or a death spiral. You're just not going to see those with the 80 value score rating as a minimum. So that's a big one right there. We're finding stocks that, and honestly, I don't think GDX. Yeah, look, GDX has a score of 81. Interesting. It probably would have shown up on this scan yesterday. We can go back and look at history yesterday and see if that's the case. It might not have even satisfied the score. But anyway, lastly, here is our bread and butter filter. Okay, the new 5-minute lows are only going to be visible to us when they are within a half a percentage point above the 10 SMA on a 15 chart. So that's a head start. I don't want to be alerted at the fact. I'd like to maybe get a little bit of a head start and start eyeballing some of these charts and anticipating a possible entry. Give yourself a little bit of time. You don't need to be making big decisions quickly. And then stop showing me those new lows when they are negative 0.2% below the 10 SMA. And then here we have a volume filter that makes sure we don't see little guys that are thinly traded. We have 500,000 shares as our average daily volume, which is always a good idea, I think. And then our gap filter. These stocks have to have opened the day at least up 1%. And so they're making new 5-minute lows, but we're only going to see those 5-minute lows as they come in contact or close to contact with the 10-period SMA. So with that said, let's go ahead and run a little history here and just kind of take a look. And what I would do if I were you guys, as I go through these charts, is focus your eyeball on the 15-minute chart, the last few candles, and where it is in relation to the rising 10 SMA. This one right here, right off the bat, CCH, could be a very decent entry. You've got an interesting looking daily chart there, and you've got a nice pullback to the 10-period SMA. So let's move through these and focus again your eyes on these areas right here as I go through. So that one's bleeding through a little bit, but it could have been a nice entry. Oops, hang on a second. Let me get to where I need to be. Okay, that one's bleeding through a little bit. Oh, look at that. And also focus on where the blue arrow is going to be the moment that it touched. And look at this. That's kind of an interesting little one right there. Didn't give you much time, but nonetheless, there it is. Another touch. This one's bleeding through. That one's starting to bleed through a little bit. Now also, I'm paying close attention when I look here first. That's my first check off. My second check off is what is the daily chart doing? This is a pretty big run. I'm probably not interested in that. So it kind of negates even thinking about that. Let's continue. There are no questions, so I will continue. Another extended move up. This is more of a sideways move into it, but nonetheless, interesting. All right, I think we've seen that one. No, we haven't. Yes, we have. Some of these will be repeats. Again, I'm looking over on the daily. Those are really extended. I probably need to add a filter that says we can't be too extended on the daily. I could say no more than 3 consecutive daily candles. That might be something interesting. This one would have been interesting to me, and it still could be. I mean, I don't like the fact that it's now bleeding below its moving average, but there was the entry point possible. We saw that one earlier. Let's start going back earlier in the day here. Let's go back towards the open and see how some of these did on the open, because that's usually the first hour after the open is the most interesting, I think, for this type of setup anyway. Well, boy, a lot of these daily charts have really been extended. There's a decent example right there of that blue arrow alerting you to the fact the stock gapped up. And instead of chasing it up here at 33.75, it pulls back and clips it at 33.30. Alerts you, hey, I'll take that entry. Trampoline parkour. Right off that moving average, that one's doing exactly what we would expect it to do. All right, now here's an example of one that's just bleeding through, and you probably got to just say, time to cut this one if it doesn't do anything here. Another example of one bleeding down through. You got to cut. But when they do bleed, oh, there's a beautiful one, E-Trade too. We've all heard of ETFC. Look at that. This is textbook. This is exactly what we're scanning for right here. This gets an A+. Why? Because the daily chart looks great. Nice looking wedge break coming here. No 5 or 6 green candles that we're chasing. This could be an early move. We have our gap up, 1%, at least 1%. Pull back, and oh, is that juicy? You got actually a good half an hour worth of decision process there to decide, do I want to jump in here and take this long, and not be the chasing people type that chased it on the open. That's about as good of an example as I can get here for what I'm trying to demonstrate for this this scan. So if anybody wants it, it's still in its rudimentary form. You know, you can have it now, but I would say you might want to wait until we go through the webinar this afternoon, because we're going to go through and maybe back test it a little bit and maybe refine some of the current settings. Maybe find out if is this a great 1-day hold, or is this a great 3-day hold, or what does the back test show us? So I will give you guys the version that's currently here. Current version of Parkour. There you go. Let's see what this one's been serving up today. The Jam Down Buy. Oh, there's just 2 names in there, Beyond and ERES. So ERES is beautiful all the way down here, and then the arrow gives us the new low as it touches the 10-day moving average. We're moving on to the 10-day moving average filter now. Same thing, nice charts in an uptrend, got way ahead of themselves on the open, and then crazy butt selling all the way down, and as soon as it touches the 10 period, I get an alert, and that blue arrow kind of shows us that that may have been an interesting contrary buy spot. The only other name on this one today is Beyond, and currently it's up a little bit. It was alerted at 153.63, and it's now 154.20. So this is the kind of stuff I like to play with. Contrarian entries, not a bunch of dark green volume monsters trading above the current ask. I'm not interested in joining that fray and jumping in and trying to compete for those shares. I'd rather wait for those moments in time where those stocks on the bigger picture look great, but there's a bit of a flurry of selling, and I'd rather be there for those types of entries. Well, I've been doing a lot of talking. Any questions about the product or anything? I mean, I can even look at symbols or charts if you guys want to and give you my opinion. Sure, you're confusing me. My name's Steve. I think you were thinking Mike C was talking. So we'll give you the Jam Down Buy as well. Not a problem. I think something new just came through there, no? All right. And by the way, you can back test this one for about a 3-day hold. It's a pretty darn good, no worry, Gentinder, no worries at all. Everybody's welcome here. There's a lot of players that speak. We actually have 5 different people that are going to come on these afternoon webinars. Let's see if I can rattle it off. Sean does it on Monday. I do it on Tuesday. Michael does it on Wednesday. Jamie does Thursday, and Andy does Friday. So we kind of hit you with 5 different people. All right, so if we were to back test this guy and just say, what if we held it for 2 days? Let's open it up a little bit. We'll start testing around a half an hour after the open. What if we held it for 2 days and got rid of it at the open? Always at the open, because stocks love to gap up and then sell off. the ones that sell on the open are rewarded, in my opinion. So we'll do open day after tomorrow. Let's try open tomorrow plus 2 days. So that's our hold time. Since it's a swing trade, let's see if we can get 10% out of a swing trade, risking 2.5%. And we'll test it for just the last 30 days and see what we get. Yes, Jentinder is talking about getting filled. That's just kind of what I was talking about a minute ago, trying to chase the offer with everybody else to get filled on a share, on a stock that's going to new highs. You're going to have slippage, and I'll show you something in a second on how to manage that slippage. There's a setting in the auto trader that will determine how aggressive you want to be or not be when it comes to buying those types of things. All right, so this is that simple scan that just said if we held for 3 days, but I want to show you something. If we look at the time of day, if we stop scanning after 10:20, that's a pretty good deal. Let's run that again, and let's run it where we stop at 10:20 my time, and this time let's bring it back 1 day. Tomorrow, day after tomorrow, sell at the open, and then we'll move on to Jatinder's question. All right, not too much improvement. Had a rough slide there a few days ago, but you know, the average winner is $3.40. The average winner is $2.40. Let's just run it one more time and do the full 60 days and see what happens. I'm going to actually bring this up to 730 because I happen to know that's a little bit better. And advanced, we'll run the full gamut this time. Hey, a little bit better. Not bad. So you can play around with this thing on the back tester. It's interesting to do. And I'm going to back test this parkour one later this afternoon in the afternoon session. Okay, so Jatinder's question. Let's bring up my brokerage plus. Easy for me to say. As you can see, I've been paper trading this nugget in the paper account as well as another live account, just kind of tracking it. But here's what we want to do. If you're in the AI strategies, it's very simple to just edit long trading instructions, and this is what you want to do. In the order entry, notice there's something called limit offset, and mine right here is set to a negative 11 cents. So in your case, if you had yours set to negative 5 cents, that's the most you're going to be aggressive. That was 50 cents. We don't want that. The negative value means that you're going to be aggressive. The value in itself, 11 cents, means how aggressive am I going to be? If the offer is $50.01, I'll buy anything up to $50.12. Beyond that, I'm not going to get a fill. So it's normal for you, Jatinder, to see what we call slippage. That's not the case always on a strategy, an AI strategy, where we're buying a pullback. Sometimes these pullbacks come back in and you get a better price, if not the exact same price. But on momentum plays where you're competing with everybody else trying to buy on the offer, sometimes you have to get a bit more aggressive to get an actual fill in real life. What does add defaults do in the window specific filters when you're creating a top list window? I don't know. Let's take a look. I'm not quite sure. So new top list window. Window specific filters. Add defaults. I don't know. It looks like if you hit that button, you have a preset value that you can pop in there. When I hit the default, oh, I see. So every window comes with a default. Let's try this with an A window too. A window, alert window. Notice that there's already a new high, and these are already in there. What if I don't want those? If I hit add defaults, that's actually the default. So I've never used that. Never used that button. I don't really see any value in it. Yeah, it's just going to add your defaulted selected columns. Okay, add your defaulted selected columns, the ones that you normally would use. I pretty much start from scratch. All right, pretty decent crowd, caught up on questions. So yeah, I think we can look at NK. Somebody's asking about. Pretty darn extended if you ask me. The first thing I notice is all the space between the 10-day moving average and the current price. I would not be ever initiating an entry right here. And if anything, if I've been participating long, I'm going to move over here to the 10-minute. And what do you know? We've got candles bleeding under. All right. If the 10 period had held here and the price bounced back up, you'd be holding this. But if I was looking to take some profits on a good trade, I'm looking at this area right here. The momentum is waning, especially after a big run. I'd be taking some profits right here. So it just really depends on where you are. Would you jump in and short sell this? No. You want to short sell weak stocks, not breakaway stocks. You're just jumping in front of a train. You might be able to set your own defaults. I don't know if you can set your own defaults. Let's see, you would start from scratch, create your topless windows. Current settings. I got to be honest with you, it's not really a function I've played with before. If you need a more definitive answer than I'm able to give you, as always, just email info@trade-ideas.com, and somebody else, maybe even one of the developers, might have a better explanation. Yes, you can always duplicate an existing window, which is always a great idea. Yeah, perfect. That's a great solution, Debbie. You came up with a great workaround. What would be a good number for being aggressive? I've got mine set to 10 or 11 is what you saw there, Jatinder. So I would say, anything above 15, you're starting to give something away. Anything under 5, you're probably not going to get very many real world fills. So anywhere between 5 and 10, 5 and 12, something like that, cents. See, I sold some in the simulated account here, which you can see by the sell tag. I basically was in a lot more of this. Nugget was in 5,000 nuggets in the simulated world, and I just clicked the half button and took half profits up here. And I'd really like to see the price gather back above that 10-period moving average. For the moment, the price has lost that momentum. But gold is a fickle thing. It's the kind of thing where you can wake up and be up or down the next day. Overnight markets. Interesting. Look at that. ETFC, E-Trade, we loved it down here because it was scanned and called out in real time down here. But look, it's doing it again. It's pulling back and making a new 5-minute low after it did gap up. And it's close to the 10 period. So it's reporting again here. Not exactly what I want to see. These are the optimum ones. As I mentioned earlier, this is the poster boy for what I'm trying to scan for here. That spot right there, that zone. Because when you're right, there's no pain, and everybody wants to buy a stock and have the very first few ticks go in your favor. That doesn't always work, especially if you're chasing longs. If you start to feel like you're the last one to the party and the musical chairs music stops, that's no fun at all. You can lose a good chunk of money quickly depending upon how much you have. But when selling abates and starts to dry up down here at these levels, these are much more interesting levels to take an entry and hopefully sit a lot less pain. And if you're wrong, which you will be occasionally, sometimes, the out is much softer than a pullback on buying a brand new high would be. Again, those are vicious pullbacks. If you're wrong on these types of pullbacks, the price just starts to bleed a little bit, kind of like my GDX is doing. And so you can make a slower decision to take a less drastic loss and get out. So it kind of works nicely on both ends when you can flip your brain upside down and become a contrarian trader for your entries and your exits. If you're looking for a column, the only thing to do is to right click. Well, it depends on where you're looking for the column. Stop percent. Let's see if there's one in Brokerage Plus here. Columns. You have to go down to stop, price, smart stop, stop price. Yeah, there doesn't seem to be any stop represented in percentage points. Doesn't seem to be an option. Even in the AI, if I go down here to the AI and look at those columns, let's see if that is an option. Smart stop, stop price. Now that's pretty much it. Time stop. We got it. We have it in time. Let's see if we have it in percent. Percent. Percent to stop price. So it's in the AI. Let me go back to the Brokerage Plus and see if it's listed under P. Percent to stop price. It doesn't appear that it is. Debbie, you're welcome to email info@trade-ideas. Let them know that you've noticed the AI window has a column labeled percent distance from stop price, distance from target price, but we've got one called percent to stop price. So if you want to email them and suggest that the Brokerage Plus include that column, it might be something that can get done. Smart stop percentage. Okay, if you don't see it, then we don't have it. I know what I was going to do. I was going to look and see if this history yesterday had GDX. It had Newmont. Look at that. Click into Newmont yesterday. Look at that, you guys. Just like the prediction I had said. Looks very much like the trade of the week I was breaking down for you guys. So it actually did show up on there yesterday. Another gold miner pause. Silver miner, I mean. Doing the exact same thing right there. Beautiful, beautiful entry. I might not have ETFs in here, but nonetheless, it did catch some of the individual names. That was pretty cool. Debbie, that's above my pay grade. I don't know. You're going to have to go info@trade-ideas.com and ask them there. Maybe one of the developers has an idea. thank you. Take a quick sector look here. Boy, that steel is looking really ripe. I'm long X in my other account and also in the SIM account, and that's what I see in SLX, the steel ETF. Interesting. See, when we look at X, it had a secondary offering up here, and then that's never a good thing, but it bounced down and pulled back and wicked, nice bottoming tail, big hammer candle right off that 50-day moving average. I think that might be an interesting spot in X, and I'm long. Quick question from WB. With your experience, if you were to choose only 3 windows to have displayed at any time, what would you choose? Do you mean chart? Well, got to have chart windows. So I need a 15-minute chart window and a daily chart window, period. There's no other way around that. So you can't even include those. I would assume you're talking about scans. For me, I'm not a day trader. I'm not a scalper. I'm not a penny wicker. I'm somebody who likes to position myself and sit for a move for a few days. So these scans on here are all to my liking in terms of the ones on the right here. You know, these are all actually, these two are contrarian because they're buying new 5-minute lows. This one doesn't have anything in here today, but it looks for hammer type candles, washout bounce. But then I really like this one, my A table. This is just a simple, slow T window scan. It doesn't tell me to buy or sell. There's no event. It's just showing me stocks that have a high short float percentage and a very high score. So they're mostly in beautiful uptrends, and the short squeezes are just driving them higher, like iRobot. You know, nobody cared about iRobot back in March, but once everybody realized that you weren't going to get your house cleaned anymore by Molly Maids, the short sellers didn't get out quick enough, and they've been squeezed ever since. And so every name on this scan is important to me. I'm constantly looking to maybe time the jump rope. Okay, Red Hat, Restoration Hardware. Interesting consolidation here, a bit of a fake breakout. Didn't like that, but interesting nonetheless. And if I start to see something, especially like, pullbacks, that could be bought, I will just use the 1-2 punch of saying, okay, if this OLI breaks above that, I'm going to right click and I'm going to create a price alert, and I'm not going to miss it. And so the 1-2 punch of scanning through these names every day, finding things that look interesting, and then setting a price alert to make sure if a price does move through a level, you're not going to miss it. All of these I wouldn't chase. These are you're just asking for the pullback the day you buy these. But I'm looking for things on here that are near the top because they have a high short float and a possibility for short squeeze. I could say this Trex right here could be very interesting above this consolidation. I'll make a price alert right there, and I'll move on. I'll set it and I'll forget it. So those are the windows that are important to me. WB. And if Apple's on the move, that means the Qs are on the move. Because the NASDAQ is just driving us higher day after day. Yep, looks just like the Qs. And we're starting to get some resolution here. I mentioned yesterday in Jamie's webinar, the S&P are just coiling themselves into a very interesting wedge. And the theory goes the wedge will resolve itself in the same direction that's been behind it, which has been an uptrend. For the moment, not only do we get beautiful confirmation from my gap and 10-period catch, all systems look go. If you're short this market, you got to really ask yourself, what are you waiting for to happen? Because you're basically a hoper right now. You're paddling up the stream of a pretty hard current. At some point, you're probably going to get tired and throw your oar at the water. Yeah, Debbie, sorry I can't answer some more of those technical questions. Sometimes it's best to just punt, and you get a support ticket every time you email us there. Somebody's got to do something with it, and if somebody doesn't know what to do with it, they kick it over to another department where the people do know what to do with it. trying to hold on to that moving average. Just can't quite do it. Look at that, 2 days in a row. This is why I tell you gold kind of happens overnight. You just kind of take it home and say a little prayer and hope that it gaps up for you the next day. All right, let's see. Let's go back and continue my sectors. So steel looks really interesting. There's the gold miners, the juniors. We know that these are working for us. Second day of a breakout there on the wedge. Looks like, well, these are solar stocks. TAN is the ETF for that. Not very liquid, but shows the picture. Another nice resolution, it looks like, breaking out of a wedge. Gold miners, we saw that. The biotechs had to do a head fake, pull back, collect the 50-day moving average, and then push through. Sometimes price action will do that. Semis are lagging technology and the Qs just a little bit. They've all broken out, but the semis have not broken out yet. Home builders, yeah. A lot of things either in a wedge or breaking out to the upside of these wedges. Financials, not so much. They don't look very happy. Neither does oil services. Energy and financials do not look healthy, which is probably a reason the SPYs are not back to all-time highs, but the technology Apple-weighted NASDAQ is. Yeah, Debbie, there's a lot of ideas around here for trying to make a better smart stop. It's just a matter of getting it prioritized. eBay's looking pretty decent, actually. Look at that. It's pulled back to a intraday moving average there. It's been riding it ever since. Look at that. Push. Pass, 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 pass. Test, pass. Day and a half. This thing's just riding the line. So, if you happen to have been long eBay, which I'm not, every one of these tests becomes a moment for you to decide, do I want to stay in this trade or do I want to get out? And every time it passes the tests and pops back into play, just sit on your hands and let the trade work for you. All we hear about is let your good trades work and cut your bad ones soon. Well, how do I know if they're good ones and how do I let them work? Well, I'm trying to show you how I do it. It's very simple. It's binary. Did the 15-minute candle close above? Stay in the trade. Did it close below? You might want to evaluate. Did another candle close below? You might want to get out. Can you filter out tickers with options instead of using the list? Filter out tickers with options. I don't know. I know there's a way to filter. I know there's a way to show tickers that do have options, but I don't know if there's a way to just trade stocks that don't have options. There's probably a way, again, but I'm not sure. Here's something you could try. You could maybe go to options, contracts. Options volume today, or was there actually a word for contracts? Oh, there, it's in contracts. Okay, options volume. You could try something like saying put volume and call volume maximum 0, maybe try to fool the system, something like that. That's something that comes to mind because I know when you want to see only stocks that are optionable, that's the way Barry does it. He says, hey, if they're trading contracts, they're optionable. rather than trying to go in and use exclude from this list and all that stuff, I think that's the best color I can shed for you there. I know we looked at that one earlier because it was a nice looking daily chart. It's just sliding sideways across this 10 period here. It hasn't breached it yet. E-Trade still hanging in there. That's a nice looking daily chart. And it's the first test of the day, actually. Yeah, Debbie, you know, it's so easy to make this business, game, challenge, whatever you want to call it, puzzle. It's very easy to make it complicated. It's very hard to simplify it. And the people that wait for 4 or 5 indicators to line up where all the planets are in retrograde before they pull the trigger, they don't do very well. The ones who know what they're looking for and make it extremely simple, I think, do better in the long run. You want to try and keep things as simple as possible. And I just can't think of a more simple way to approach things than using the 10 period simple moving average. Let's pull up X as an example. X gapped up, found its line, found a bid right at that line, and is moving higher. You know, if I had bought X down here yesterday and I was looking for a day trade to get out, yeah, I might have been a little nervous at the close, but there's really not been an indicator here to tell me to get out of X if I was looking for a short-term exit. It's telling me to stay in. Now that could change in an hour or two, but I've I've been doing this since about I've been reading trading books and trading live accounts since 1995. I literally started trading commodities on a 20-minute time delay. That was fun. So you basically had to look at a daily chart, plan your course, and hope that you were right. You know, it was a big deal back in '95 to get live quotes. It cost a lot of money, and I wasn't a full-time trader. I became a full-time trader in '98, and I've been staring at charts ever since. And this is the refined method that I've come up with: a daily chart, a 15-minute chart, and a 10-period simple moving average. And that's what works for me. For somebody like Ross Cameron, this does no good. You know, they're trading 1-minute charts, super volume, get in, get out, direct connection, the whole thing. So you can use Trade Ideas platform to do whatever you want, but my advice is, whatever that is, try and make it as simple as possible. Okay, Steven's new to Trade Ideas. He's got an A window, might have messed it up. They're all negative. The second thing is, how do I access the pre-made layouts? Okay, if you want to share your layout with me, we've got time. You can right-click in the layout, in the scan, go to Save or Share, and click this button right here. Save and share, copy it, and then paste. Paste that into the chat window, and we'll open it up and we'll see if we can figure out where you went wrong. Your second question is a channel bar question. If you scroll down the channel bar here, you've got one called the Trader's Vault. I have the A table, I have the jam down buy, I've got a couple of things in there, and so do the other guys. It's basically a palette of pre-configured scans and ideas that you can go to. And you'll do the same thing there. When you're on that palette, you just save it, right-click, and save it to your cloud. And then once it's saved to your cloud, when you go back to your layout, you load it from the cloud, and so forth. So if you want to take a moment, I'll wait, and you can send me your scan, and also tell me what you're trying to do with it, and then I can hopefully identify where it is that it's misconfigured. I am rereading your question, Stephen. I think I have messed up my AIs. Okay, so the AI scans. So it's not a scan that you're going to send me, a custom scan. My bad. I didn't read your question correctly. Here's what I do for the AI, Stephen. I'm going to just go ahead and recommend this. Notice I've only got 2 trades here on the strategy window, and this is because I am ignoring the other 2 Hollies, AI and Holly 2.0. I'm only interested in Holly Neo, and I'll show you why. I'm going to click that one, and I'm going to highlight the relative volume. This one is doing 6 times normal relative volume. That's good stuff. That means there's action and likely good momentum and follow through. What about the other 1 of 2 and 2 of 2? This one's doing 5.8 times normal volume. Both are in play. I only like to manage and monitor and participate. Honestly, I don't participate much in these AIs. I know what I'm looking for, and I can find them in my own scans. The AI's value is really to just try and serve up ideas for newer people who don't know necessarily what they want to scan for, but we can at least try and point them in the right direction with statistical probability using these AI strategies. So the way in which you only monitor Neo is to right-click, go down here to Segments, and Holly Neo. I did the same thing in my parent window, the strategies window, Holly Neo. So I'm basically tuning out the other 2, and I kind of recommend people do that as well. I've just seen the data, I've seen the numbers, and Neo seems to do a little better, and I'm going to go out on a limb and say it's because they have relative volume focused in those strategies, and I think that's always a good thing. And the second thing is you should be able to manage these ideas better than AI. Let's see if we can figure something out here, if there's any examples of what I'm talking about. We'll start with Plug. Plug got out of moderate profit. I'm sorry, conservative profit means how much did the AI make in this case on risking $100? It only bought 206 shares, but it got out early. Notice that dark coloration, and then it goes dark to light. That moment from dark to light is when the AI said, I'm going to exit. Well, my contention is the human beings can manage this stuff better than the AI. As you'll see right now, currently, the moderate profit, it's even higher than when the AI got out. And if you wanted to hold on longer, the price even went higher than when the AI got out. I would have gotten out right here. And what I'm saying is take what we've been talking about as your management criteria of the trades. Let the AI serve the idea up, and then you take it from there. Did it close below that moving average? Yes, it did. Get out. Okay. This one, the AI got out for $24, it looks like right about here. And it bounced back higher because it never broke the 10-period moving average, and then subsequently it has now broken again. So on both of those examples, there was just a little bit more meat left on the bone. So for discretionary traders, my recommendation is to take the entries that the AI gives you and accept the fact that the AI will get out too early. Most always, it seems like it just gets out too early. Let these trades develop and marinate throughout the day, and use your own discretion. And what I just use is the simple 10-period moving average to determine if I want to stay in those trades or not. The difference between the 3 AIs is essentially, like I said, more relative volume in the Neo versus the first 2. There's some different parameters, I think, that were just loaded in there. They look for different types of strategies. The Neo is always going to have 4 strategies, only 4. 2 longs and 2 shorts. 2 of them are going to be chasing momentum, and the other 2 are going to look for a bounce or a pullback. I like those, actually. The breakout longs are usually going to happen early in the day, but when you see a pullback long, I really like those as well. But other than that, there's not too much difference, other than the other 2 are just not looking for as much relative volume. And I think that's very important to make sure that you continue to trade stocks that have good high relative volume. If you're in a stock and you're trading and it's just not doing what you want, you look up and the relative volume says 0.53, you're yelling into the wind. You're not really playing an edge, in my opinion. You need some good relative volume, 1.2, 1.5, 1.8 at the minimum. But what the AI does on the Neo segment is it's always going to have at least 2.0 relative volume, and many times often higher. So that's the best description I can give. I know that one of them, Holly 2.0, I believe, is going to become eventually a swing trading idea where the scans are actually back testing and going through machine learning decision trees overnight with the idea of a multi-day hold. Whereas right now, they're all being scanned and evaluated and machine learned through the decision tree for a end of day hold or just a couple hour hold. So that's the big difference. And that's where it's up to the discretion of the trader to see something that might be served up as a day trading idea, but a lot of times the daily chart looks pretty darn good, and if you can identify maybe a breakout from consolidation or resistance, those can easily turn into a swing trading account. So people always ask, well, can Holly predict swing? At the moment, it cannot, but many traders use their discretion to evolve day trades and turn them into a swing trade. We hope to have that function. There's a lot of back end that needs to be built out for that completely different type of evening scan looking for multi-day holds. The ETFC's just holding on like a champ there still. I think this one's got some legs behind it. I really do. This could be a good trade. And this could be a good swing trade. I'm just going to go ahead and put that out there. I'm not in it, but I could see myself buying it if I was looking for positions right here. I'm usually only interested in price action, but I think you guys have all seen what's been happening to the day trading world with Barstool Sports and Dave Portnoy getting all that attention out there. Robinhood accounts are blowing up. People are bored because they don't have sports to watch, and so they're coming over here. Do I need to have my laptop on all night to utilize trade ideas? No, actually you want to make sure, Stephen, that you turn it off and reset and restart trade ideas the next morning. That's very important. So you don't want to leave it running. You want to go ahead and reset it overnight and then restart it each day. What does Schwab's chart look like? Ooh, not that great. There's only so many, yeah, that one was bought out, but it is trading. IAI is the broker ETF, and look at that. It looks just kind of like E-Trade. They're still pinned down. Probably the XLF, the financials are having a heavy weighting in there, but it looks like ETFC wants to start to break out a little bit. We'll see. All right, I'm going to be here for another 5 or 6 minutes, I suppose. Yep. Stephen, the pre-made layouts are going to be on the channel bar. You've got a new channel bar. We'll open this window up. And then just scroll down and look for that key icon there. I'm not going to click into it. I don't want to lose my layout here. But there's a lot of good stuff on there. The best thing to do is, just go into them and right click and go into configure, and you can go to the summary tab and you can see what they're basically scanning for. And if you have any additional questions or comments on the scan and what it's supposed to be scanning for, you're not quite sure what it does, you can always email again. Email info@trade-ideas.com and somebody can explain what it is. DVAX, a setup for a swing. Let's see. Yeah, it's had a great move. I'll tell you where I really would have loved to have seen it would be that first pullback right here. Just feels like a chasing something that's up 10% right now. ideally, it has basically come from, where has it come from? It has come from here. One, two, three. We're on the third day of a big move now. I feel like that was your best shot right there because it kind of took out that prior level. I guess it would have been like right there on the daily chart. Jumping in right here feels like a chase to me. I just can't get myself to do that. I feel like the minute I buy that, I'm going to suffer a big pullback down here to 7. All right, yeah, you're welcome, Stephen. But that's still, I mean, it's not to say it's, I'm just saying the entry here on DVAX might be a bit late. If you were eyeballing this thing and you've been watching it, this would have been a very compelling entry right here, I think. Because it cleared that level back there, consolidated, picked up the 10 period moving average, and now you got yourself a little bit of cushion if you took that entry. I just don't trust this entry up here chasing. Pharmaceutical preparation, huh? I also have a hard time taking home. It's not a biotech. It looks like they make equipment, manufacturing. No, these vaccines and stuff. Yeah, that's one of my steadfast rules is I do not swing trade pharmaceuticals and biotechs because those are the ones that can hurt you. You take a inherent risk home every time you swing trade, but in my opinion, you double or triple that inherent risk when you take home biotechs because when they miss after the market usually, and the bad news comes out, and you wake up the next morning to a very horrible, uncontrollable loss. All right, guys, I'm close to shutting off my live stream here, so if you need one more question answered by me, I'll be here for a few more. How does TI help with options trades? I mean, it'll show you things that are doing great volume for options. You would just go to an alert window and type in options, and you can do call volume, put volume, contracts today. So if you put in like contracts today and minimum 500, you're going to find things that are doing pretty good options. Bungie, that's a nice looking, what's the word I'm looking for here? Possibility. There's some good possibilities here. You'd be guessing to buy it now, but I have a strong eye on that wedge, and just look for an increase in volume. Right now, the volume's not that great. Also, this is oil and refining, so we looked at the oil and refining earlier. It looks very similar. There it is. Looks very similar. Not a bad chart though. I'd keep an eye on that. Here's what I would do with that one. I would look at this and I would say, if it gets back above that 40.05 level, I might be interested. So I'm going to put a price alert like that. And I would say up until here, you're guessing. But above there, that could be interesting. If you wanted to anticipate and maybe even get an earlier head start, maybe you do a price alert around 41.63. All right, guys, that's my cue. So I'm going to go ahead and say thanks for all the questions. I'll see you guys either this afternoon at my later webinar or next Tuesday, but I want to return back to Barry. So thanks for your participation. I'll see you next.
This could have been one of those that, later on in the day, had it kept this consolidation going, and then all of a sudden you get a big volume bar, it could have really shot it right through 7 and got it moving again. Doesn't look like that's going to happen anytime soon. You know, this Costamare is still hanging in there. Yeah, it takes out 6. I mean, look at the room it's got. Take a look at CMRE. If it takes out 6, a lot of volume coming in also. CMRE. And just as we speak, it is just making a new high. Continuing. Look at the volume coming in on that 15-minute chart. Look at the volume, guys. That's the biggest. Like these two right there are the biggest ones of the day. All right, we're getting close to, I'll be doing my video in about 5 minutes or so. Then we have a marketing meeting at 2. This could be an interesting potential short here, guys. SNCR, underneath 4. Obviously, a lot of room underneath the low yesterday, in a percentage basis anyway. The low was 350 yesterday. It tried to get through the 200-day. Did not do it, really. Tried to get through the 200-day moving average this morning. You know, this one's been on the watch list for a while, this PSNL. It hasn't triggered today. The volume or the relative, well, actually, it could, I suppose. It would have to take out the high of the day, though, which is around 14, 13. If it did that, you know, then looking left, I mean, this has a lot of room if it wants to start running, and that's the PNSL. PSNL, if it wants to start running. I'm going to stick an alert at 1461. Doubt if it's going to happen today, but you know, if it happens in the next little while, just look left, look at all the room it's got. As Torp said yesterday, I mean, the ability to very, very quickly set price alerts. There's no excuse for not having price alerts. And you know, you just kind of forget about it then. You just forget about, if it happens, it happens. Oof, what an ugly weekly. This is the one you said was added to. Is it the one of the spies? Real?
Nick,
Or was it one of the Russells?
I need a knife.
Didn't you say Go was added to one of the one of the exchanges? One of the spies or Russells? As thank you, it's S&P 400 mid cap. Great, great. Look at that pop on the daily based on that news. A challenging weekly. You know, when I say that, I mean just look at all these topping tails and bottoming tails on the weekly. All that represents is indecision. You know, not a solid trend. But being added to that mid-cap 400, maybe that'll get it rolling without all those bottoming tails and topping tails. So it's added before Thursday, so this is in advance of, yeah, so this is, so we have another day potentially at running.
And you can bring some boxes as well. Yeah, just need the knife.
Yeah, I wish this Costamare CMRE wasn't as close to that whole number as it is. All right, guys, it is now about 5 after 1. I will do my video now, so I'll be back certainly no later, shouldn't be no later than 1:30. Okay, you Pinder, this is what I would do. I would contact Kelly. I'm just going to get her email address in here, okay? Okay, contact Kelly and tell her that you want to upgrade. Make sure you have your username or your email that you use to sign up so that she can look up your account very quickly, okay? And she'll take care of you. All right, guys, I'll see you at around 1:30. Be on the lookout, Real. You know what for. All right, guys, I'm back. I am back. Am I on Twitter? Yeah, B Bruin. I don't tweet very much, but I do tweet the my. Whoops. The pre-market stuff, and then when I do my daily video, I also post it there. B Bruin 44. All right, guys, we are getting closer to 1:30, where I'm going to clear this and see what sort of alerts we get for later on in the day. All right, that CMRE is still hanging tough. I'm telling you, it takes out 6. This might have a nice run. I mean, it's already up. It's only up 12%. It's not like it's not crazy. But look at the volume. Good volume, 2 million. It's not a low float, 92 million. This is CMRE. What are they doing? They are replacing a floor and a few other things. The entire downstairs. NKLA. Let's see what NKLA is doing. Yeah. It could be interesting here. You know, look, if it takes out 74, I mean, it's a couple of dollars away, but remember, this was almost a $100 stock. I'm in Vancouver. Well, yeah, I'm in Vancouver. Yeah, another week of it. Aha. Okay, take a look at LE, guys. Look at Land's End now. What do we have here looking left? Looking left, we've got a high of 9, and we've got another high of 921 for Land's End. This just showed up. Not very much volume, though. I'd like to see a big volume burst. Shoot. Because look, it's a beautiful, I mean, it's beautiful. It's just over 9. But what I'd like to see is a big volume bar popping it through. You know, I personally offer? No, I don't do any. I mean, you're right. This is about the extent of my training. I just wish there were more volume, like a volume burst, guys. This is really interesting. What's the float? Fairly low float, not bad volume. Mike, you're a funny man. So this will show up here if it makes another few more highs. You see, there's the count, 53. And the min is 60 here. This is what I'm saying. So I'm just trying to do a comparison. Now it's starting to move. I wonder if we can take out that 922. I mean, it's starting to move, guys. The Land's End. I wish there was some volume. CMRA is really, really teasing us right around that $6 level. I hate it when these companies do that, but there you go. There's the KTOV, as Dan is saying, and offering 19.5 million shares at 90 cents. I mean, the offering is okay. It's just that when they do it mid-market, I just really, really dislike companies that do that. You know, do it after hours, do it pre-market, but don't during the market. I mean, right there, people are probably thinking, okay, you know what, it's basing. You know, I'll hang on to this. Maybe if it has a little pop, might get going. Put a stop rate, 106 or something, and all of a sudden they release a financing. It really bugs me. Oh, yeah, but again, it's the timing. It's not so much they did a financing, but not that many companies do financings mid-market. What type of scanner? Is this a trick question, Frank? I mean, obviously I use Trade Ideas. I mean, what you see is what you get. This is what I use all day long. I missed this one. AHPI, this showed up here. A little bit spready. Yeah, that's exactly it, T. They do a financing. And so 19 million. It had 18 million in the float, so there were, I don't know if all that's going into the float, but in theory they've doubled. Ooh, on a Mac, James. Ugh, not sure. On a Mac, I'm not sure. You might be able to do... Somebody on a Mac, can you help James? How to zoom in on the charts on a Mac? It's probably holding down a key and then your right arrow, left arrow. But it's what key, I don't know. Maybe it will be tomorrow. Okay, that might be it. The command key, the CMD key. Nobody knows, Alex. Nobody knows. If I knew the answer to that, again, I'd invite you all to my Tahitian island.
That's okay, just put it on there. Yeah. Yeah, just slide it on there.
Well, this could be interesting. The AHPI, the volume did come in. It's a little bit of a spready issue. Little bit of a, oh, not anymore. Yes, one moment, please. All right, did it go? NKLA, sorry, NKLA. Yeah, did it ever. Nice. Look at the volume coming in also. Almost a million shares right there. Boy, this trades a lot, but you know, there's a million shares right there on that candle, that 15-minute. All right, guys, I am waiting on this AHPI. I'm waiting on it a little bit. It's pulled back just a bit here. I may take this trade if it gets back into the 1130s. And it just showed up here. Ooh, I'm going to now clear it. Okay. So by clearing it, what will happen now is all these early alerts, if it makes a new high, we'll see it again one more time. All right, just waiting on this AHPI, see if it has any move in it. Yeah, it doesn't look like it. Okay, let's see if it holds that whole number. Got very spready also, 1101, 1115. Okay, so CMRE, it popped through 6. It came back down. There's the high, 605. That, what's the high over here? Is 614. It may struggle to get through that 614, but if it clears that 614, then it's got a lot of room. Just right click, clear. Right click, clear. All right, just waiting. Yeah, this is not shortable for me, unfortunately. BRN is just continuing to move down here. Are you sure you don't have it? Make sure you're on real time. You know, if it's on real time, I mean, it almost 100% sure has to be. Make sure you're not on history or something.
So it's smooth, okay? Sweep it, and then undercut.
Selb? No, I see. I just don't look at a 1 minute chart. I mean, all I'm looking at here is a 5 minute. I mean, basing a lot. I just don't look at a 1 minute chart. I'm sure it'll be very crazy looking. Yeah, I mean, it's just consolidation. I mean, that's why I don't like looking at those time frames. It's just consolidating it, you know, along here. Okay, CMRE is definitely looking more and more interesting. The longer it holds a 6, probably going to get into this one. Ah, you miserable. Well, maybe against my better judgment, but I did end up taking that CMRE, but not where I wanted to. Maybe against my better judgment. You know, I wanted to get it right there, but there's no way. It just exploded through, and now all it has to do is right at 614, guys. I mean, again, maybe against my better judgment, but we'll see what happens if it can get through this 614 right there. Then it's got a lot of room. Yeah, I mean, that I had an alert set, but it just exploded through. So I'm in at 614, literally. Again, we'll see if it can get through that 614 area, because that's key. What I was hoping it would do, it would get close to that 614 and then do the big pop up through it, but we'll see. William, you miserable. That's funny. I mean, that 614 might be too much. I mean, but I just took just in case. I'm not going to get hurt. You know, I'll be out very quickly if it doesn't work. All right, so there's the AHPI. It's back up, bottoming tail. So maybe the sellers are tired right now. AHPI is back up. You can do it real, okay? Okay, I'm answering you. And I think you understand what I'm saying. Okay, okay, makes sense. Okay. You meant CMRE, right? Not CPRE. Okay. All right, William, you must have dumped your million shares. All right, now let's see if you can really put on a nice run. Thank you, Surf Trader. Nice of you. Well, at this point, I'll get out where I bought it, so I really can't lose now. It doesn't really run. Yeah, come on. I don't really want to do that. Ah. You shorted at the wrong time, William. Yeah, I'm looking for more than like a dime out of it. So I know I could have scalped it, but I'm looking for, I'm looking for something to starting to fill in here. Do we have anybody from Canada? I'll put up my hand. Yes, me. So far, not too much activity here. Yeah, you know why, Eric, right? They announced the financing. That's why it got beaten up, KTOV. That's why it got beaten up. All right, well, that got me out of the, that ticks me off a little bit. The CMRE took a little loss on it. I might look to get back in it, but right now I'm out for a 4 cent loss. Yeah, send the email. Didn't somebody help you yesterday, NT, or was that somebody else? I know there was somebody who wanted to know, and I know somebody else helped. Yeah, go to the homepage. You have the link. Start a live chat. You have the link for the homepage, or do you want it? Okay. Okay, and then it'll tell you to start a live chat. He's going to give you the script. I swear I'm going to copy it this time and put it so I can give it to you guys. All right, I'm just kind of waiting to see if CMRE can hold 6, maybe get back up into this level here on some volume, and maybe second time it might work for me. Okay, AHPI, and just as I'm saying it, AHPI is now back up. The alert was at 1119. So it is recovered. That's a pretty big bottoming tail, but maybe now it's getting ready to roll. Boy, not very much action here. I'll be going into the marketing meeting at 2 o'clock. Not very much action here. All right, one moment, guys. I've got an issue with my headset again. Just a minute. Sorry. You're right. This AHPI is getting me more interested. The longer it holds here, I'd love to see some volume come in. And look left on the daily chart, has some room, a lot of room actually, 1235-ish. Where's the 200 day? So the 200 day is not an issue. Spread is good right now. CMRE was I have to tell you, it was a disappointment. I mean, I had a little bit I could have taken off, but I thought after spending all that time just under 6 and then it finally took it out, you just didn't do it. Not a lot of action. Really interesting. Okay, and Land's End did not do anything. Remember I was saying I liked the whole idea of it, except I didn't see a big volume pop. No volume pop to me means, for me anyway, just forget about it. Bob, you are my sound expert. You let me know when the doorbell rings. You let me know when I'm muted. You have a job. All right, guys. I ended up taking this AHPI. I got to watch this really carefully. I have to be in this marketing meeting also. And I got in, what was the price? 1124. That spread got to 1123, 1124. So I'm in the AHPI. On that one, I'm not sure, Wolf. 50% over the previous 5 minutes. I'm sorry, a volume increase. We have a price increase. I don't know about a volume increase, so I'm sorry. I'm going to have to concentrate on this trade, okay? It might require some kind of a custom formula. Come on, just get into the 30s and then I can relax a bit. I was actually going to wait for that break, but okay, let's see. It just has to look at the volume that came into the volume. All right. Yeah. Okay, guys, we have a winner. At least I have a winner. And I've taken some out because, I'm going to be in this marketing meeting. I'm just wanting to see if it can. One more bid over the 1150 mark. I don't know if you guys took that trade with me, but all of a sudden the spread got crazy, but on the good side, and then the bid caught up to the ask. All right, guys. So I'm going to have to open my link for my meeting. Okay, so I'm going to put myself. I've sold some more, guys. I mean, I'm going to be in this marketing meeting, so I really have to pay attention. What's it like trading with no distractions, guys? True enough. I guess I could be the distraction. Thing is, you can always mute me. Okay, guys, this could get really rolling again. I wish I could pay a little more attention to it. AHPI. So if I look left, the next area would be right around here, 1235. I mean, this has got some. Well, no, it's from my magic. It's from my look at it go now, guys. It's from my magic window here. But it was right there, 1119 at 123. This is sort of the version in which I only need I can do it with less than 60. I know it's listen. I know it's a little confusing. But yeah, I mean, look at the volume that was coming in.
Can you bring me some boxes?
All right, guys, I'm putting myself on mute. All right, guys, I'm now back. Oops. I'm now back, guys. Long meeting. And what to say about AHPI? I mean, I'm not in it anymore, but man, oh man, what a great alert. Even the 1140, but of course I was looking at it here, at the 1119. And I have just taken a little piece out of this KALV 1325. I just took a piece out of it. I've sort of scalped it. See what happens going forward. This is through the 200-day moving average today. Lots and lots of room looking left. And once I get rid of you guys at 3 o'clock, I'll be watching this window like a hawk, and I encourage you to do the same thing. There's some really interesting little plays that occur. I mean, I guess we could call it power hour, but I mean, these are just sort of stocks under the radar. I'm just waiting to see, but it's all about the volume, guys. I mean, I'm going to emphasize this all the time. Look at the volume that came in. And this is what we're seeing later on in this window is that, yeah, the stock popped. I'm not saying this rested a lot, but all of a sudden, for whatever reason, and we're talking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, I mean, almost 2 hours of no volume, and then boom. So, I mean, this is just turning into an awesome end of day, kind of an end of day alert. And I'll be shutting down in a minute. Closing down at 3 o'clock. I did see that news was starting to move here, guys. I did see it before. Yeah, I mean, look at the volume coming in. I still have my doubts a little bit. I mean, what's the high looking left here is 303. High looking left here is 303. High yesterday was 294. So we're right at that 303 mark. Right at the 303 mark. So all right, guys. So I don't see any questions. I might just wrap it up now, unless there are any other questions. Oh, I can't recommend something like that. Any place to jump into. I cannot recommend that Davy Wavy. Okay. I'm not a financial advisor. I can't say, yes, this is the one you should take. I mean, here's the NLV. I mean, I'm going to look at it myself, but, I have a certain style of trading. Well, look at this NLV. The volume is coming in. But I'm looking at more short term, like very, very short term plays right now. Tough spread. Yeah, right now it's a tough spread for ENLV. What part of my screen is not trade ideas? Nothing is not part of trade ideas. That's easy. I don't really see anything with this one. XP. I mean, I know it's had some incredible days in the past, but really doing nothing right now. So really don't see anything in it, to be honest. I mean, we've got topping tails and bottoming, big topping tails on the weekly, so that doesn't look good if you want to go long. But you have a bottoming tail the week before. To me, there's just sort of uncertainty. Well, this is no, okay, but what you're seeing here, are you talking about right what you see here? This is the simulator, which I really, yeah, I'm remiss. I should have taken some more trades. This is Brokerage Plus simulator in action. So that is within Trade Ideas. Interactive Brokers is not within Trade Ideas. There's no brokerage company within Trade Ideas. Brokerage Plus, which allows you to paper trade, yes, 100%. And also, if you happen to have an IB account, all this is just a call it a very, very fancy order entry screen, which you can use. You know, if you have an interactive broker's account, but you need a broker still, and it's outside. No, you cannot. No, only interactive brokers. Only interactive brokers. The only brokerage platform that you can use this with. And again, obviously, it does not mean you can't use Trade Ideas. You don't need Brokerage Plus to run Trade Ideas, okay? It's just a nice thing to have if you have an interactive broker's account. Don't send me money to trade, no. Well, my best trade of the day by far was that AHBI trade. I mean, that just took off. That was just absolutely took off like a rocket ship once it cleared that level right up here. That was a quick. Yeah, you can give it a try. I mean, you can always start off with a standard monthly. You can always upgrade later if you want. I would never encourage anybody to take out a yearly program or a yearly subscription. And there's a promo code for you. Best discount right now. I mean, we'll probably have a better one July 4th if you want to wait. But I mean, that's what 2 weeks. But yeah, that's the best promo right now. If you're only going to take out a monthly, I mean, are you going to take out a monthly standard? I mean, the difference is not that much, you know, between 15. Yesterday it still isn't, well, it's not that much, but, but no, that's that is the promo code right now. It's an acquired taste. Okay, Peter. Okay. Well, it's just that sometimes we get people who don't know our program at all, and they just hop into a premium annual subscription, and they're overwhelmed, and oh my God, what have I done? You know, so that's not what we want. But I mean, if obviously, I mean, if a person is maybe even been in the room for a while or studied a little bit of what we have to offer, and they want to hop into an annual right off the bat, sure, of course. The best place is to click on this Room Drive icon. So I'm going to give you a chance to do this. Pete, or who asked the question? Who asked the question? No. Oh, it was you. Jeez. Okay, you can click on that Room Drive icon. So I'll give you a bit. Okay, click on the Room Drive icon. Scans that I share, download. Okay, you see every single scan I'm sharing, and then it'll go to a Word document. And then all you have to do is copy, if if you see a link that that you want to take a look at, a scan you want to take a look at. Hopefully they're named in a way which makes sense to you. Then all you have to do is copy the link and then file load from cloud. File load from cloud and paste the link in here, and then you can load it on your system. And then of course, if you like it, then don't forget to save it to the cloud. I don't know when we're going to have the next test drive. I'm not sure. I mean, in theory, it could be August, but I'm not sure. There was no date. There was no official date yet. Okay, Peter, were you able to copy that folder or get to that link so I can shut down now? Okay, great. Okay, guys, I'm going to shut down right now. Maybe do some trading myself, the balance of the day. I don't know if William is here anymore. I think he might have left. So I have no idea on the overextended up-down play. I'm not sure. Okay, everybody. So I am going to shut the room down now. I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern. So have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you then.